Empezamos a grabar.
Lourdes, podemos comenzar. Están más o menos la cantidad de participantes.
Lourdes, can we start? We have 74 participants. It's already 9:04, so I think it's a good moment to start. Yes, of course. Good morning. We will start this last day of this workshop that has been, and it's been so interesting, really. I would like to congratulate you all because the number of participants has been maintained, at least in the first 4 days. We have had the same, very similar numbers of participants during the 4 days. At least a list of participants. We hope that they are not just here by name, but they are paying attention to the event. And let's hope that today we have the same number of participants that we've been having during the whole week. So I would like to indicate you that the links for the recordings of the classes, of the presentations from our consultants for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, they have already been sent to your emails. We have links for the recordings both in Spanish and in English. You can watch that whenever you want. Another issue that it's important for us is that we're still missing some of the surveys. Guyana, Suriname, we are missing your surveys. Please fill them in. And the same for Dominican Republic and Chile. So I'd like to ask Arquidia and Fabiola and Iena as well. Please send your surveys. This is the last day, and we need to have those for surveys that we are missing still. The presentations, you already have them, at least the English speaking attendees, they have already been sent the presentations, even the presentations for today. And for the Spanish speaking attendees, today in half an hour probably, I will be sending to you the remaining presentations. So you will all have the 10 presentations for these 5 days in your languages. I just wanted to mention as well that as we had, as we have had a pre-test, we are going to have a post-test. So as soon as we finish the event, we will send you a link both in English and Spanish, and you will have the link today to respond to this test, and you will have from today until Monday, 5 p.m. Peruvian time. That will be the end. At that time, it will be closed, the post-test. So today, we will be sending the post-test link, and you will have until Monday, 5 p.m. Peruvian time to answer to that post-test. Without much ado, I think that it's time to start now our session for today, and we would like to give the floor to Roberto. Roberto, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Lourdes. And hi, good morning, everybody. We are already here for our last day of this very long workshop for everybody. And I hope it's been interesting for you. Very well, then. I will start with my presentations. I'll share my screen. Here it is.
Ahí, ¿me están viendo bien? Sí.
Okay, can you see my screen? Yes. Great. Yeah, we can see it perfectly, Roberto. Very well, then. Let's start working then in this, for this day, for this session, in a topic that it's pretty interesting, really, that has to do with the concept of quality assurance for the measurement procedures and an introduction to the post-analytical processes. The concept of assurance for the results, the quality assurance of the results. That's what we will discuss now. Now, I'm going to base my presentation, obviously, on the standard. So I'm going to clarify some concepts. We will be talking about some concepts, and I will clarify about some concepts that you might not be doing, but it's interesting anyway to know this sort of requirement that has been established for these other criteria. At some point, you might run into a quantitative procedure that is accreditable, and you will have to deal with this concept. So we will again discuss the contents of the standard, and we will discuss, like yesterday we saw, verification and validation that in many cases are more focused on the quantitative part. So from the standpoint of the orientation or the type of work that our labs do, these are not necessarily the most common techniques. But let's go to the general concept. What does the standard says about quality assurance? Well, first of all, it says that the lab must ensure the quality of the examinations by performing them under defined conditions. Okay, so in this sort of first paragraph, what do we have? It says it must ensure the quality of the examination by performing it under defined conditions. Okay, what is behind this? What do we have behind this? Well, mainly the concept of standardization, okay? Now, but behind this concept of standardization, that, I mean, standardize the activities that will finally result in in having the conditions defined for the execution of a test. That's what we have. But we also have here this global concept of assurance, because please look here that the quality assurance here has a last name. It says quality assurance of the results. Okay, so we would need to understand here that there is a broader concept of quality assurance in this case, and that concept of assurance in some way or the other involves all the elements that we've been considering during this course. We ensure by establishing defined conditions for all the processes, including the processes that will give us a result, that it's the analytical processes. Therefore, the concept of assurance, and we will see this later on when we see some publications that have been made, they speak a lot about the concept of assurance. And assurance is this, is actually establishing defined conditions for the processes. And please remember that when we were talking about the processes, we had a good number of details to take care about them. Which are they? How do they relate to each other? In what way they exchange information? How a process fits the next process in the right manner? How an internal client is satisfied within these optics of a process, okay? So quality assurance, it's a very broad concept, very generic concept that applies to all the conditions and the total number of processes that we consider as active part in a quality management system. Okay, very well. And in this case, we are going to work in particular with the quality assurance of results, that is, of the processes associated to the analytics, that it's a specific item of this very broad concept. Now, the essential thing about assurance, apart from many other aspects obviously, is standardization. I standardize in order to assure or ensure. Why? Because I recognize the processes first of all, okay? I study the behavior, I study the process itself. What for? Well, to describe its characteristics. What characteristics? What is the input for that process? Who is the vendor for that input for that process? What is done? What is executed physically in this process? What is the output? What is the product or the output of this process? And what is the client of the process? That in a specific process, and then we expand this to a map to all the processes and the relations among them. And each one of the processes, each one of them has been described in a document. Each one of these processes has at least one operational procedure that will back it up, that will describe it, okay, or support it. And there, in that sort of relationship between what we do and what we describe, that's where we have essentially this concept of standardization. And we also have the concept of the good practice, because I do not standardize a process that is mediocre. I will make sure or try that if I standardize a process, I will take it to the best level, to the state of the art. That is, I introduce in this process the concept of the good practices that are applicable to the process. So when we speak about defined conditions, you can see we are talking about many different other things that are behind this. It is not just very specific aspects. No, there are many stages that we have already covered to be able to get here. Now, the standard says you should implement appropriate pre and post exam processes. Appropriate for what? To satisfy, in this specific case, the analysis processes. Because we have already seen that there is a huge and insignificant amount between the assurance of the pre-analytical type of processes. What for? So that as pre-analytical processes, they can fit the analytical process correctly and will meet the requirements that the analytical process, whatever it is, requires. Therefore, the defined conditions or the standardization conditions are also covered or also, sorry, cover the previous processes in particular aspects, but also the post-analytical process is involved here. Why? Because we are not only going to need to consider the test, the exam itself, but what comes from the exam, which will be the, for example, the authorization of the exam and everything that has to do with the issuance of the report. So in practice, the correct understanding of the concept of quality assurance of the result involves in some way having a relationship of assurance and standardization between the pre-analytical process, the analytical process that will generate the result, and the post-analytical process, which is the one that validates or authorizes and issues the results. Okay? Okay, and there is a third little paragraph here in this slide and in this characteristic of the standard, which says the laboratory should not invent any result. Okay? Now, this paragraph that might seem not very nice or kind of difficult, but it's a literal, it's almost literal translation from the English version. I don't know how it has been translated into Spanish in other countries. But what happens? The concept that it's behind what you are trying to understand here, it has to do with it has to do with the fact that the idea is not to invent, to just take out of the table. No, what this paragraph wants to convey within this concept of the quality assurance of the result is that no result can be issued without an assurance, without a quality control. I mean, the concept of inventing, as it says here, means not to ensure, I mean, to produce a result that doesn't have an adequate quality control without an authorization of an adequate quality control. That's how it should be interpreted, this word invent, because the fact that we invent a result, obviously, it's pretty offensive that someone tells us this. It's offensive, yes. Reading this, it's not like something that we could say that it's something common, that everybody does this. No, well, in some cases, we have found evidence that there are some professionals that are not very professional, really, that do this in some countries, and they do this under some given circumstances. But this is not a practice inventing. It's not a practice that we can consider that it's applicable by, or that it's applied by everybody. It would be terrible that if it was like that. So what does the standard say now about quality control? Well, it says two important things here. One, that the laboratory must design procedures for quality control that should verify that we obtain the achievement of the expected quality, okay? And it says actually that the specified requirements or the performance specifications for each examination procedure must relate to the intended use of that examination. Here we have two aspects that are quantitative specifically, and we will discuss a little bit about this, because as I said, this is not something that you do directly. Probably this is going to be something new, this approximation, this approach to this type of exams, right? In which we define certain concepts that those that do qualitative aspects do not deal much with this kind of things. But what does the standard indicate when it says design quality control procedures that verify the achievement of the expected quality? This means that in some way or the other, the analysis procedures in the quantitative analysis must be designed in such a way that it will allow to demonstrate that I am capable of having a given quality, an expected quality. And what is that expected or intended quality. That quality is related with error, with the error in the measurement or the total error that accompanies each one of the results. I mean, it must be clear in the quantitative phase, evidently, everything that all of us that have studied sciences, we know that the result of a measurement is not an absolute result. It is a result that is accompanied by a certain dose of error, which is the error in the measurement.
Error de medida puede tener diversas cuantías dependiendo del procedimiento de medida. El problema está.
And that can have different levels depending on the procedure of the measurement. The problem is that during many years, the quantitative processes of the clinical lab have been reported at absolute values.
Nadie se extraña que a mí me informe una glucosa de 110 miligramos por decilitro.
Nobody is strange that I reported a glucose of 110 milligrams per deciliter, but they don't say 110 milligrams per deciliter plus less how much. What is the error interval associated to based on which the clinician should interpret this value? It's 110, which means that it's not 109 or 111. The 110 is so absolute as that? I don't know. It might be mass plus less 1 milligram, plus less 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams. Okay, do you understand the concept of error? It means that the lab has to calculate this error under the regulatory requirements 1589 makes us calculate this error. It is manifested through the calculation of the error in measurement or the total error in the measurement, the error in measurement, the total error in measurement. But to define what is the maximum error in the measurement or total error that a determination might adjudicate or give an exam or a value of a patient that has been done in this procedure. That's why we have defined a maximum total error, which we call a quality requirement.
Entonces, ¿cuál es el movimiento aquí? El movimiento es que externamente.
So what is the movement? The movement is that externally, the lab must attach to its procedure a maximum
the lab
measurement.
Needs to attach to its procedure a maximum role that it's external to the procedure. Let's see how this has been managed. For example, it is estimated that a glucose that has been carried out by a traditional method of soroplasm has a quality requirement or a total error of around 10%. Therefore, that's what is known as the quality requirement. Now, it is understood that if the laboratory produces a glycemia with an experimental error that is more than 10%, it is estimated that that value starts to lose clinical usefulness because that error is too large. It's excessive. So therefore, when we go to the first paragraph where it says the laboratory must design quality procedures that verifies obtaining the quality that has been intended, means that I need to have procedures that somehow, when calculating my total error, they would show that that's less than the total measurement error that has been assigned. That's the challenge to be faced in the qualitative techniques of the laboratory. Now let's see. These quality requirements come from a world convention that was created in the year 2000, which was known as the Stockholm Conference. At that conference, it was confirmed, and then it was further confirmed in the Conference of Milan that was held 15 years later in the year 2014, where these aspects in the qualitative aspects were confirmed. Well, we're speaking about the quantitative values. So therefore, a quality requirement was established, which is the level of quality that a measurement procedure should have in such a way to meet the intended clinical use. And that quality requirement, as I mentioned, is defined in function of the total maximum error. which is a tool that is obtained from the performance parameters of the analytical procedure. So therefore, it is experimental, operative, and it can be obtained from the lab routine, whether from the internal quantitative process or in the comparison tests, in the qualitative basis. Now, what do we mean by this quality requirement? This is quite interesting because it starts to define a very important concept, which is that the analytical quality is the amount of the analytical error, of the total error. Therefore, the analytical quality, therefore, is the capability of being able to show that my experimental error in the medium term, a month or 1 year, will not be more than the maximum tolerable error. And that mechanism, that model, that mathematical model needs to be used as a routine basis in my process, and it has to be seen as a demonstrative act, which is known as performance evaluation. Now, what does the requirement say? The requirements say the quality requirements are based on three concepts, or should be selected based on three criteria. First, quality requirements that at a given time they will be given under clinical results, under specific clinical situations, or there are very few right now for this. That will be the real condition in which the error that goes with a result should be defined in function of an objective clinical situation. Now, a critical clinical situation means that that will require a test that has a minimum error. And a clinical situation, or a chronic clinical situation, can mean that the patient can have access to a clinical test with a moderate error. That's the first condition. Well, right now it's quite based on theory, but there's a second condition. For example, to take these quality requirements based on the components of the biological variability. And that's a different world that is associated to the concepts of the biological variability interindividually and individually. These concepts have been created in the past 25 years, and they have turned to be an essential pillar in trying to understand the need of applying less or more analytical rigor to techniques that did not require that. For example, here there is a great topic to be considered, and something that usually we say this to people that are very rigorous concerning the analytical techniques per se, because I can allow to have errors, more or less errors, in function of the quality of the substrate that I'm measuring. Under what circumstances? For example, I need to have a triglyceride technique that is capable of having a very small error, but a perfect, very small error, almost zero uncertainty. And I will be expending a lot of resources in buying new equipment, calibrators, and so on, when the biological variability per se of a person, or the interindividual biological variability, is around 30%, plus minus 30%. So therefore, can you follow me? So it happens that maybe that value is not that necessary, that variability. And finally, requirements based on the state of the art, on one based on the comparison tests. This will be the three sources for the quality requirements that we should consider. Therefore, and with this, I will close this this chapter, which is basically based on qualitative. No, and later on, I'm going to be looking also some values, qualitative values, but this enables us how to interpret these criteria for the qualitative scope. What does the standard says concerning quality control materials. Okay, several things. First of all, the laboratory should use quality control materials that react with the examination system as closely as possible to patient samples. So it's not any control material, because not all of them could be adequate to be used as control materials. For example, for many years, like 30, 25 years ago, we were using matrices, bovines or porcine matrices of serum as a basis for these control materials, and then it was realized that this was not the adequate one. Right now, the control materials are practically all of them made out of human matrices. What does this mean? That we have been adapting to use quality control materials that react as closely as possible to the samples that we will be analyzing. So therefore, that they are very similar, as closely as possible similar to that. For example, sometimes we have interpretation to interpret materials of very high order as reference materials that have, for example, aqueous matrices. And then we need to do huge efforts precisely to that this certified reference material will not be meeting the requirements of the matrix that is required for that specific examination. And that might mean a very important result. So therefore, in general concept, the standard says what really determines the requirements of an analytical process. They must be sure that they are using quality control materials that are as closely as possible to the matrix of the patients. And of course, to take the necessary precautions and the necessary evaluations prior to the test. Now, for example, that in the case that that matrix is not available. So it says quality control materials should be reviewed periodically with a frequency based on the stability of the procedure and based on the risk of harm to the patient from an erroneous result. Okay, let me elaborate a little more of that, because this applies to both cases, to qualitative and to quantitative as a concept. The quality control materials are part of the concept of quality control. And the quality control concept is that if we separate the two actors, the two actors of the performance of carrying out an analytical process will be the samples on one side and control on the other side. We're going to leave aside the calibrator, which is the way somehow to build up the methodology, no? But the quality control per se is made up of the samples and the control. What is the purpose of them working together? Well, they together are considered the essential condition to that it's interlinked. So whatever happens to the control will affect the samples. So therefore, under that consideration, and we're going to elaborate a little more on that, we need to be considering that the quality control material should be reviewed with a frequency that is established by the stability of the procedure. If we have unstable procedures, require a quality control more frequently, because the quality control will ensure that the authorization or the result of a sample or a set of results of a sample, because it could be an analytical run, somehow meet the requirements. If nothing happened to the control, nothing will happen to the samples. Well, nothing strange, there is not a considerable error, there is not an error that needs to be corrected. So therefore, they are interlinked. So therefore, those concepts are essential concepts. Now, why I wanted to stress on this? Because even in the qualitative aspect, and let me tell you this based on my experience, even in the qualitative field, we as professionals have some trends to skip the controls, because at a given time, maybe we consider that this is not necessary. As a professional was telling me some time ago, where he was speaking, no, I consider that this is not necessary. No, the technique requires this from the point of view of the good practice of the technique. Of course, this is a requirement. Yes, yes. He said, no, yes, it is recognized by the technique, but I don't think this is necessary. So therefore, at that time, we had a very complex discussion with that professional, really. And under the criteria, especially of the accreditation model, I think that this is necessary without even providing evidence of why it is necessary and why that person has ignored that. I mean, that's unacceptable. So therefore, we start on the assumption that the technique is described based on some specific characteristics that include certain controls and certain parts of the technique, as it happens in the different stages of a molecular technique, for example, that this cannot be eliminated or ignored depending on the operator's criteria, even if the operators is fully convinced that they are not necessary. And the accreditation criteria, this is an unaccepted practice. So therefore, what else? What else does the standard says? It says, well, the laboratory should have procedures to prevent the release of the patient results in the event that the quality control fails. Well, that's quite interesting. So therefore, some procedures should be implemented, not only to indicate how to implement the quality control, but also the procedures should be very clear as to indicate that if the control fails, what happens? What would happen? What would be the decision to be made in that on that case? And therefore, and this applies also to the qualitative technique or semi-quantitative or qualitative technique. It covers all the criteria: quantitative, qualitative, and semi-quantitative, because it refers, for example, in the next paragraph, it refers to qualitative techniques. It says when the quality controls are breached or are violated, and that these control rules indicate that the examination results contain clinically significant errors, the results should be rejected. That's in the quantitative field, as well as in other fields. The control is associated with the samples. And if the control fails, we need to have a reasonable doubt that the samples might have been affected due to the same reason why the control failed. Now, maybe if I say when the control fails is a poor expression, but what can say is when the control identifies a reason or a cause that gives as a result a parameter outside the expected parameters, on that case, we should assume that that same reason might have affected the samples that are related to that control, which in both in the qualitative and quantitative fields is known as the analytical run. Because, for example, it is analytical run that goes into analyzer, and especially when I'm running the controls in a plate and I'm running the plate, and I assume that what happens to the sample in the plate is the same that will happen to the controls, and vice versa, as opposed to individual controls. For example, in the case of amplifications in a molecular technique, where the control is inserted, is inside. It's more one by one. Certain controls, of course, are there. So therefore, the concept of control will depend essentially on how or what would be the characteristic that the control has with regard to the technique used. But essentially, it affects the same. If the control identifies a failure, we must assume that what is related to that control, which would be a sample or a set of samples or a batch or an analytical run, let's be careful, might have been also affected. And we should not authorize those samples, provided that, first of all, we have corrected that control, and secondly, that we have checked that the samples that are accompanying this have not been affected by this. So in practice, whenever it says, it says for when in the quantitative ambit, I define an analytical run as a number of samples that will be subject to the decision of one or two controls. If those controls detect a failure, it's not that the control is failing, the control detects a failure. So that's why it detects that it's outside the range or outside the parameters. In a case, for example, when it says that the control has failed, maybe it is taken literally, and that would be a problem in an audit process. For example, a colleague said, "Well, but what happened with that control?" And he said, "Well, the control failed." But what do you do? I corrected. I repeated it until it finally get the correct values. And what happened there? No, then we continue. The control failed, and that's it. Let's be careful. We need to be careful because the control is part of a set of samples and controls. That could be one sample and one control. That set that is involved in the result of a control, not the control per se, because otherwise we are doing an excellent quality control of the controls, and that's not.
Entonces, en la práctica, se dan
So
cuenta.
in practice, you can see what does this mean? It means that the quality control data have to be reviewed. Necessarily, they have to be reviewed. Okay? But based on what or because of what? Because of the fact that once these have gathered, once they have been observed in a retrospective manner in time, they need to you need to do that, to observe them retrospectively in time. That's necessary. So in practice, there are two things that you have to declare in this type of procedures. One, to state or declare the mechanisms through which we will exercise quality control of the process. Two, explicitly declare the characteristics that the quality control has in the procedure vis-a-vis what? Vis-a-vis what it covers. What is the set? How many samples are adhered to this control? Based on what? Based on the fact that the decision that we will make, with regards to the samples will depend on the behavior of the control. And here we can change language. If the quality control detects a failure, hey, I changed, you can see that I changed the language here. I didn't say if the quality control fails. No, if the quality control detects a failure, the process must be studied. The control must be repeated. And we need to prove that the effect that the failure produced to that control has not affected the samples that were involved. In some cases, and before, we used to say, look, this control goes with 10 samples. If the control fails, you have to repeat the 10 samples. That's how we used to do it before, but we do not work with 10 samples nowadays. We have an analytical run of 400 samples, for example, in an auto analyzer. So it's not just saying, oh, the control doesn't work, repeat the 400 samples any longer. No, it starts becoming too expensive, and it is not necessary either. So it is in practice, you see, this is important. This is what we need to have in the procedure. And what else that the procedure says? It says clearly, it says clearly, what do you do when the control fails, when the control detects a failure? Many times when you analyze these procedures in accreditation processes, you don't find, you won't run into these concepts. You don't find them, you leave them like, yes, look at the insert. Once someone told me that. No, I don't care about the insert. I want to know what you do when it fails. Are you going to go and look for the insert? No. How was you trained? How were you trained? What is the decision you will make? Is this decision written? And as I say many times, and I give you this as a challenge, many times your quality control procedures define explicitly the steps to follow when the quality control detects a failure or it's rejected. And the final aspect, after that, what does it come? Well, you decide what are you going to do for when it fails? What happens? What steps are you going to take? Clearly established steps, right? And finally, when you have solved the problem and you have corrected your samples, if applicable, authorize. And finally, the procedure must say how often we are going to have a retrospective view. We will have a retrospective view of the quality process because it says review the data at regular intervals. What for? To look for problems in the exam, to look for trend in the exam, the frequency of errors in the exam, frequency of rejections in the exam, to estimate the mechanisms, the degree of actuation, the degree of correct acting, how do they act, no? If they act correctly vis-a-vis the rejection of a quality control. So the quality control issue or topic, even though the standard is very explicit with regards to the quantitative part, it is not less important or less explicit in what is applicable to the qualitative procedure, okay? Okay, let's stop here for a minute to continue after some minutes of a very short break or questions, maybe, I don't know. Yes, we will. Let's answer to the questions that we've received so far. Andrea Clunes asked, how do you estimate the frequency of the control use? Per number of samples, for X number of samples, for X time. Are there international recommendations based on the techniques? In the quantitative setting, this is very well defined, okay? The definition of the concept that it's behind there is the concept of analytical run. I'm talking about the quantitative setting. In the quantitative setting, you define an analytical run, which is samples, control, set of samples and control. And this is done in two different ways, as a timeline in which the process is stable enough such as to allow for a certain amount of samples, or as a batch of samples of a given number of samples that it's open with a control and it's closed with a control, a group of samples. There are mechanisms associated to qualifiers, the specs, the critical value indicators, risk indicators through sigma values that allow to establish the frequency, the number of controls actually, and the optimum frequency for the run of these controls for a given number of samples. Now, in the qualitative setting, this is kind of, we could say that will be more defined like by the technique itself. There is no explicit recommendation. Why? Because usually in the qualitative setting, techniques are referred to the own controls of the techniques themselves that sometimes condition per se the analytical run or bring sample by sample. So every sample has its own control, okay? Or they are based on a certain amount of samples, like in the case of a microtritine plate, for example. Yes, Roberto. In the case of the TB test, most of the qualitative, or the most advanced techniques, like the molecular techniques, to mention the expert has its own internal control. I mean, the amplification process, exactly. It has its own internal control. And you can see that in the test and some other exams, for example, the tests for sensitivity test in the automated liquid medium, they recommend to use the internal controls. No, you have to have the controls in each one of the runs or each one of the batches every time that you will start. So the inserts of the commercial companies recommend to you how to do and with what frequency. Yes, what we need to still define in your procedures is what to do in case of. That's what you have to do. Yes, because maybe, for example, there are situations that might be considered doubtful, okay, which are not a rejection, but not either an acceptance of the control. And actually, those are the most critical points on which we need to define what criteria to follow. Yeah, and even the strains that I mentioned yesterday that are sent every year through the supranational laboratory network of the WHO for the external evaluation of quality, those strains have patterns very well established and defined. So, and there are some mono-resistant to a drug. Some of them are poly-resistant or multi-resistant. So what we try to do, we try to use in the controls strains that are not XDR or multi-drug resistance because of the risk of biological risk, but to use different patterns, different sensitivity tests. Obviously, the ATCCH 3010 RB of Mycobacterium 2B, that's what we recommend, and some of these resistant strains with very well-defined patterns. Yes, what happens is that many times the procedures from the standpoint of the manufacturer, those are very clear. So what happened? I don't know if you remember the other day when I gave you an example of a non-conformity taken from a qualitative technique in which the staff had misunderstood the result of a control. The personnel decided that since some negative controls were given positive, that they considered irrelevant. Do you understand? So maybe it's us, the ones that in some way or the other are modulating the results of the controls with results that we cannot predict. So the rigorosity with regards to the behavior is to compare what the procedures really say, what the personnel in reality does, and what they should do. That's where we have the critical points, I would say, because the information is there. In the information, the inserts are very clear. That's what we are expecting. But the problem is that sometimes we're kind of changing, misunderstanding things a little bit in reality, right? Yeah, Erson Pacheco asked us that the controls done in the process will also help us to evaluate the reagents used in the process if we want to retest a product that has been expired. In the accredited processes, the use of expired process is not recommended. However, in some situations, the commercial companies indicate a retesting of the product. I mentioned yesterday at some point that sometimes the commercial kits that sometimes expire and you want to do as much as you can, obviously, to recover. Yeah, there's a lot of resources involved in there. Yes, that's actually an issue that have many aspects to take into account from the standpoint of the accreditation criteria. It's not an acceptable technique, not at all, not at all. The thing is that, yes, you are right. We do it out of need, because maybe how difficult to eliminate some reagents that, quote unquote, look well enough. But you know, there is a more complex issue there to evaluate, really. In practice, understanding the logic of what an expiration means doesn't go in favor of what it means to use these reagents after running your own tests if they are expired. So it's a difficult issue. It's not an easy issue. We have multiple reasons to reject and to accept from one side or the other. But please be aware that this is not an acceptable technique under accreditation criteria. Yes, and even the same companies give us some kind of tricks to continue to be able to continue using some of the kits that have expired. No, now they have the expert cartridges that you buy a lot and then you don't use them for a long time or whatever. And then we have like 1,000 cartridges that have been expired with a huge amount of money that has been lost. So how can we use that? No, it's yeah, the issue is that if we have a large amount of expired reagents, we should do a root cause analysis because there are causes behind the purchase is incorrect, the estimation is correct, the mechanisms are incorrect. I mean, it's not a practice that we should consider recurrent. That if that happens to you all the time, it means that you're not attacking the main problem or the root cause. Why do we have extra or expired reagents? So as I say, now that the pieces of equipment are much more rigorous and that they read the reagents through the barcodes, they read the expiration dates. Yeah, but we have already invented that you know, code. You can download a reader of barcodes from the internet and you can change the date and change the label. I mean, you know, we do that. Any standard and any regulation has a way out to change it. No, the thing is to see what are the associated risks here. That is the main problem. Yes, for no accreditation process, this would be acceptable or valid. No, not at all. They won't accept that. From my point of view and from the experience that I have had in accreditation processes, this is not an accepted practice. Yes, it is not. Why? Because I cannot defend that, oh, it's a pity that I have so many expired reagents. The first thing that the auditor would tell me is, why did you buy so much? Or I have seasonal problems, difficult, I cannot predict, so I buy a lot, when in reality, the bad practice of the overstocking is associated to a very bad practice that is pretty typical in our institutions, which is that when I have resources, I buy whatever I can, everything that I can, because I prepare for the bad years, right? And I do not see that the reagents expire. So usually when the resources are there, the institutions tend to buy more than they should. Why? Because, you know, they foresee this sort of historical instability that we all of our countries have experienced. And I have seen this in public institutions here and several parts of Latin America. If they have resources at hand, they just buy, and then they have these problems. Yes, we have another question here. Well, now that we are talking about expert, it says, in the case of expert, apart from detecting the TB complex, does it also makes an approximation, gives you an approximate level of the bacilli load that the sample has? There's another microphone open, please close it. You have to mute your microphones. So we were saying that in the case of expert, apart from detecting the TB complex, it makes an approximation of the bacillus load, if it's high, medium, low, or very low, right? So it mentions that it also makes an approximation of the bacilli in the sample. So it's semi-quantitative. In that case, then, in an evaluation of an external quality assessment, if there is a disagreement in this number, would that be non-conformant? So they give you an example. For example, the evaluator got low, and in the laboratory, they have very low. So that could be a disagreement. Yeah, the question is, I think, to clarify, does the technique recognize these levels as semi-quantitative levels or are just informative levels? The technique recognizes itself as such, as being semi-quantitative and the 3 or 4 levels? Yeah, there is a detail there. If the manufacturer says interpret this in this way, we are just not well. No, so in the intercomparison, I should be consequent with the range, even though in the techniques of for this semi-quantitative, the acceptance range are additional to the upper level or upper or lower level. I can be wrong, one above and one behind or lower. So yeah, these are the two crosses. The supranational labs that are sending for the expert. Can you make a comment on the expert, how you are consider one when it's low and very low? I mean, the limit is so approximate, or some fact that it must have a higher significance when it should be high, that corresponds to the number of bacilli, and when the other one has low and very low. But and between low and very low, they are so much related, so close to each other, that sometimes the suspension, even the suspension, the time of preparation, the transportation, that will influence a lot. So in the guide of quality control, you will see the recommendations.
¿Te refieres, Claudia, a la que se publicó como parte del proyecto en el
Claudia
2018?
refers to those that were published in 2018 concerning external quality control. There is a part that channelized the experts. So therefore, we base ourselves on that guide. But I insist that is of great importance with the instructions of the manufacturer. If the manufacturer says that, I should respect what the manufacturer says. If the manufacturer considers that the technique are complemented with these semi-quantitative factors, or if the manufacturer says that this should be interpreted with some precaution because they're just for guiding purposes, then we stay like that. Okay, Roberto, we will give you 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes break to change the topic. Okay.
Adelante, Roberto, por favor.
Okay, Roberto, you have the floor. Yes, we're ready.
Okay.
Okay, we will continue. I will share my screen now. Well, so now we will try to do some, to give some tips or a compilation of sentences related to the good practices in internal quality control. Of course, this is very clear. We don't need to make any distinction. Of course, we have been referring exclusively to the internal quality control. Right now, we have not been dealing with intercomparison, but just purely with internal quality control. Some tips, good practices. First of all, you should have well-documented procedures for quality control. You should not leave that at the decision of the operators, nor you should somehow support ourselves merely on the inserts of the manufacturer. This is of great importance because somehow Well, I'm going to make a comment that I think is pertinent right now. In a laboratory, it is established that the procedures for the analytical, the exercise or the practice for analytical procedures were carried out according to the insert of the manufacturer. So the insert of the manufacturer was the one that governed how to carry out the analytical procedure. Then, of course, this was subject to an accreditation audit. And when observing that in practice, the personnel was not very careful, and it was varying somehow one from the other concerning the activities and how they should be followed, then we started to investigate a little more on that aspect, and we started to ask them as to the details of the analytical procedure, which suppose that that was the procedure that they were following. With the other auditor with whom I was working on the analytical part through a sampling of several techniques, we reached to the conclusion that the operators were managing no more than 30% of the content of the insert. Of the other 70%, they didn't have the slightest idea of. So what do I mean by this? It happens that this is a mistaken assumption that the information that is included in the insert, it's or the entire information, or maybe it is too much information for the operator to somehow digest all that information and can work openly. So therefore, the best combination concerning the procedures for the technique and the quality control is that the procedure should be there that collects the essential part, the essential of the insert, and it's included there, what is purely necessary, the strictly necessary. For example, there are other inserts that are very brief concerning quality control. They say, use this material, use this other material, and that's it. And that insert doesn't say anything else. They don't say what happens if that fails, how you manage the case of a failure, and nothing is said about that. So therefore, the second criteria should be included as a good practice, that you need to have procedures to manage the calibrators and the control materials. Because procedures associated to the handling of the material, for example, it's a typical thing that in a traditional clinical laboratory, the quality control is given in aliquotes. For each day, we have an aliquote for quality control that's the one to be used, and it has been frozen, not in for preservation purposes. So therefore, the quality control procedure, the quality control might say, might have that instruction that says, okay, thaw this aliquot with a quality control in the morning before use. Yes, it was said, it was part of the procedure, that was part of the instruction. And the procedure, and do we know if the procedure is so explicit without that? No, it only says that the aliquot should be thawed. And therefore, when you ask to some professionals to say, how have you thought the LP in the morning? Then there are multiple versions. Many will say, well, they're doing it hand in hand, and then because they change it to different temperatures, they put it in the pocket. They put it in a bucket of their pants, because in the bucket, in the pocket, in the pants, or it puts them on the heater. No, they are not being, the LP is not being thawed in a regular manner. Everybody's doing it in a different manner. That's an abscess of standardization in such specific field, not like this specific criteria. So therefore, we need to be very careful in the description of how to handle a material. And that same criteria should apply to all the other details of the procedure. That's a fundamental thing. I need to be very explicit. So therefore, the procedure should say the LP lector should be thawed with a material, or it should be defrost with a material, leaving it 30 minutes on the table and the room temperature. So therefore, it should be clear instruction on how to defrost this. That's how it should be done. that's where we start to introduce the variables that later on we're going to be looking at the quality control procedures and therefore that affects the quality control, and that can be interpreted as errors afterwards. So therefore, everything that I say about the carefulness in the preparation of the material, in the description of procedures, everything should be taken into account, and sometimes it's not sufficient. Now that you have the documents, you need to give training. You need to be sure that your personnel meets what it is said in the procedure. I can have excellent procedures, but in an audit process, I can see that sometimes the personnel is not following their procedures. Why? Because maybe they're not very well trained, or maybe because they don't follow the procedures. That's another group of personnel that is not involved with the procedures, and they don't care. They don't care if it is written like that or not. They just continue doing it as they have always been doing that. So therefore, another point is that we should meet all the prior preparation protocols for the equipment and the environment. The analytical process have requirements to prepare the instruments concerning how they should be washed, at what time they should be turned on, um, the preparation of the cells, the daily preventive maintenance. Are you fulfilling that protocol before carrying out the internal quality control? No. We are doing this because of the assembly of the set, which is mean analytical run and control. Because if we do everything correctly, the samples will not be affected by any variable that will be significant enough that will be detected by the control. So therefore, the neatness, the carefulness in preparing the material necessarily means that we, in a very obvious manner, I need to have everything controlled, and I need to know that the variables affecting the quality are there. I have checked them. Now, what happens if later on, then I need to have all the materials necessary for the activity should be made available at that moment, should be there. That looks very obvious, but what happens when we carry out an audit process? Sometimes the personnel does not have all the materials at hand for that activity. Sometimes they have a manual technique where they need to have a certain number of equipment unit. They have the control materials. The room temperature is waiting. It has the plate, everything that the titration is there, and they say, well, and he says something is missing, and went to the other part of the laboratory to look for a bag. Then he goes back to look for another material. Then the pipette tips, he sits and says, oh, the water. So then he goes to look a special water for the precipitate water to leave the pipette tips, and so on. And so therefore this personal member is standing, it's going back and forth, and the material is there waiting. How long should that material be waiting there? And the samples are waiting there, and she just goes around the room before starting to work. No, an order should exist as to how they should prepare their workstation. That's a good practice. This means that I need to prepare everything that is consumables. I should have all the consumables before bringing in the samples, before bringing in the reagents. All the consumables should be there, and I should be careful that the times required for the temperature to be adapted to the room temperature have been fulfilled. Sometimes, many times, you see, especially during auditing processes, you see that the technician in a manual technique, he has the reagents that it is very obvious that have not reached the right temperature. It is seen that the flasks, the glass flasks, still have some condensation because they have just taken out from the fridge. So therefore, from the refrigerator. So therefore, they think they need to know that there is an effect associated with the temperature, or maybe they don't know about that, or they don't care about this. They don't care that the reagent need to have at least 30 minutes before at the room temperature before being used, and that's an instruction of the manufacturer, and that operator is not fulfilling that instruction. Then, okay, I have made all the prior preparation. Then the material should be properly adequated. The material that lyophilized the material should be properly reconstituted. A lyophilized material should be used with a 10 a pipette of 10 or more than 10. This is like it's like the Greek legend of the Damocles sword. We're always living under the Damocles sword of the pipette. How can I pipette a control? I use a pipette of 5, and before, when I used this without pipette, and we use this just by calculation, that was the great doubt. Should I blow or not? Should I blow this or not? It's like, should I blow the pipette or not? Well, we live on that, and so, and sometimes can recognize that this is done on that this is done with a volumetric pipette, and sometimes you give a volumetric pipette to an operator, and the operator doesn't know what to do with the pipette. They don't know how to rebuild a material or to reconstitute a material. So therefore, we need to include the controls in the quality and the specified positions. For example, this is important on how to determine the analytical run. Where should the controls be positioned? Are they distributed in all the samples? At the end, what does the protocol says concerning the position and the use of the controls? Obtain the results of the control and enter this to the logs, to the records, to the control records. When? Right now.
¿Por qué? Porque la lógica.
Why? Because the logic of the control is not the control for today's value. When I'm working with a control log, it will be the comparison between today and yesterday. So therefore, I'm studying whether there is a trend, whether this is random enough so that a control log, the values are placed above and below the medium. Well, in common practice, what will be in common practice? You have the controls, we have the control values, and the operator just takes a paper. The last time, the girl just took out a voucher from the grocery store, and in the grocery store she noted down that the values of the controls. I was looking at it, and she said, "No, it's okay, and then she just took this groceries voucher, and she put it back in her pocket. So therefore the idea that it's okay concerning the set of data, they don't have the slightest idea how to compare this. They don't know whether there was a trend there or not. She was not aware. If there was beyond the limits, she didn't know. So therefore, you need to follow the protocol of quality control in a timely fashion. You need to interpret the results, and you need to interpret the acceptance rules as it has been established. That's what I told yesterday. The quality control protocol says exactly the steps that should be followed in a case of quality control of a specific characteristic that maybe it is doubtful, it has been rejected. Am I capable of interpreting this? Sometimes I need to support myself on interpretation matrices or the intensity, for example, in the case of the cartridges, for example. So I need to have interpretation mechanisms, and I had to decide on the release, and I have to decide whether the results of the patient are going to be released or not if the control results are acceptable, because the record of the accepted control as a result will be recorded as an authorization of that batch for that specific patient or that analytical run or that plate. So therefore, the acts of the record also have a lot to do with the fact I somehow are marking some stages where I will be taking decisions. Finally, if the controls are rejected, but they still need to be recorded. They need to be there in the software or in the control graph. If a control is rejected, I must cover also I must fill in the rejection protocol. Okay, but that does not mean that I will eliminate all the record concerning that rejection. No, we need to know exactly the frequency of the rejections, because even though you somehow will correct from a point of view, for example, when I was saying in the previous discussion, every frequency according to the ISO, you need to go back and see the analysis of the control. So therefore, if you skip that, if you eliminate the data that has been rejected, the only thing that you would always have accepted data. Although
no lo registró, nunca existieron.
But since you didn't register that, they never existed. Nobody knows that you have rejected, except when you get rid of code, do not have controls before time. And how does that involve the samples? Well, the controls that have been rejected, you have to keep them identified in some mechanism, whatever you have, depending, of course, of the way in which you conduct your quality control in the corresponding exam. But obviously and evidently, they do not participate in the cases of the calculation of the variation coefficient. You keep that, and the software keep them as evidence, but they do not enter into the calculation. That doesn't affect me because I will remake it, I will correct it. And finally, as we were saying before, the periodical review, you can see, right? This is the way in which I can find what happened in the past. No, I find out going backwards. And finally, if the controls are rejected, and I insist, and I am going to be very insistent here, there should be a protocol of action vis-a-vis rejection, whatever it is, and proportional, obviously, to the characteristics of the technique. There should be a protocol. Evidently, if the control is rejected, you have to establish a protocol for the correction of the control. And once the control has been accepted, you have to evaluate the impact that the correction of this control has in the samples. For example, I'll give you a quantitative case. Let's suppose that this analytical ran 50 samples that are attached to this control. It is compromised because the control was rejected. Okay, when I run the root cause analysis, I obviously analyze the characteristics of the rejection, and evidently looking at the control letter, the characteristics of rejection and the rules of the rejection, I estimate that this was a positive systematic of error or of around 15%. What does this involve for the samples of the patients? Now, I make a calibration, I run again the control, and I correct the control, I correct it. The question is then, did I calibrate to correct the control? And what happened with the samples? That 15% upwards, did that affect any samples? How many of the samples that were close to the clinical decision limit of the analyte passed because of that 15% to become pathological? How many of them exceeded the clinical decision threshold? Therefore, these are the actions that in this field in particular, I have to conduct in case, for example, of a quantitative aspect. In the quantitative aspect, usually this is much more rigorous, okay? If the package, so to say, the package of the control samples is rejected, I have to redo everything, correcting obviously, but I have to redo everything. But regardless of whatever I do, I need to evaluate the impact that the rejection had in the samples, in the caliber and the proportion that the technique applies. And evidently, I need to redo the samples, particularly if it is a quantitative setting in which there are few samples involved, or in the total, if the technique protocol demands that And of course, I need to leave record of all of that. So you can see, this is the concept. This is the main aspect of this quality control concept. It's not just a process, a paperwork. Please be clear about this. Quality control is the point in which we determine if the samples that are accompanying this control are reportable or not, are acceptable or not. Therefore, the quality control is the one that decides whether the analytical process is working correctly enough, such as to authorize the issuance of the results of these samples involved. If we do not understand that, let's look for a different job. Let's go and look for a different job. There's no doubt. We haven't understood anything about this profession. The quality control, ladies and gentlemen, is a critical point in which we make a decision to inform a right batch or a batch with errors. And that decision is made by us. Therefore, can you see here it is where we are putting our prestige at stake, not in the setting of the risk analysis for quantitative techniques. There is a protocol and there is a development, a theoretical and practical development to decide exactly the point and to make an analysis with regards to certain characteristics of the rules of control in their capacity to detect error and in their capacity of rejecting falsely, which are the statistical characteristics of the control rule. And this is vis-a-vis the decision that I make. And that's where we have the analytical risk, in the point in which the quality control, I decide whether this analytical run is okay, it's right or wrong, it's good or bad. That's how important this is. Now, what do you need to do? Well, we need to look, and look here. There is literature that is very interesting, really. There is a handbook that is pretty interesting on quality management in the clinical lab from the WHO that has a very interesting chapter on qualitative techniques that you must know. The newest thing, for example, Paulo Pereira, I have met him indirectly, but this is a Portuguese person that is producing a lot in terms of qualitative techniques. He has a book recently published, which is this one. For example, there are specific documents from the WHO on the diagnostic tools that are recommended. On the other hand, you also have, well, now we go to a different setting, quality assurance. You can see here the concept of quality assurance in this document of the WHO, which is yours. It focuses on the global concept and some papers, some studies on multi-center quality control in different parts of the world, requirements for evaluation of quality or quality assessment in TB laboratories. So there is literature available. Obviously, this is just a few documents that I've very rapid review that I did some data ago to find out what do we have available, because you have to have, and I imagine that you have access to sites where this information is much more concentrated, where you will find much more information as well. You will have much more access to information than a foreigner like myself. So what I am trying to say here is that you can have contact with these good practices. And this has a lot to do with what we discussed yesterday. Protocols, ladies and gentlemen, must be related and referred to where are you taking your good practices. I mean, it's not enough to have the instruction of the manufacturer. You have to model yourself towards others, to what is considered the state of the art. Now, another chapter of the analytical quality assurance has to do with the interlab comparisons. I ran into this document that it's your document, a manual. What for? And for part 4 says, what are the external quality assessment procedures? Sorry, Roberto, that's the manual that we have been mentioning a minute ago. Yes, exactly. In chapter 4, it exactly says, how do you understand this topic? And what I think that it's tremendously useful, I wouldn't understand if someone doesn't know about this manual, if you work on this. Therefore, the lab, and this is clear, this other condition, the lab has an obligation. It's part of what we understood as good practice in analytics, the participation in inter-laboratory comparison programs. Now, what happens is, well, the lab has to participate in one or more of these intercomparison programs. Yes, that's clear. The lab has to control the results of the program. Yes, of course, they have to evaluate the results. Of course. And for the users, 1589 indicates that the lab has to participate in programs that are in some way or the others aligned to ISO 17043, which is an ISO exclusive for managers and manufacturers of interlaboratory comparison programs. That may be a hindrance in some cases because some of your programs may have not been accredited with this criteria, with this standard. Okay, now for the moment being, the lab says, well, it should participate. It's a potential, right? It should. It's not must. They should participate in programs that substantially meet the relevant requirements. Okay, so I should, in some way, to demonstrate that my program is substantially aligned to this standard. But what happens? There are some countries that, for different reasons, some of difficult to understand, they have considered that this requirement is compulsory, going beyond the criterion of the standard. Among them, Mexico, that in some cases have considered that this should be compulsory for the labs that use programs created in 17023, but there are other reasons there. Okay, so, but it's important, you have to participate. And look, there is also a very good number of documents that are there in the internet with regards to both results. For example, this first work that was a 5-year analysis of a multi-center study in Europe, very interesting, at least for me, it's pretty interesting. But there are some other documents produced for different regions of the world with different levels of usefulness. So with regard to the intercomparison test, obviously you are not orphan of information or tests. You have available that. Now, what comes next? The lab says there needs to be a documented procedure on how to participate in these tests. Yes, that's tremendously important, please. Why? Because the procedure has to indicate clearly what is the full cycle of this intercomparison. The intercomparison programs usually are annual, so you have to register on them with time. Usually the last months of the previous years, you will register for or enroll in these programs. The more dense program have monthly participations, some of them semester, some of them annual. But what happens? There are dates I have to receive a certain amount of samples at a given date under certain transportation conditions, cold chain, biosafety. I need to report the results of a whole term. Ladies and gentlemen, all of that has to be very well stipulated and included in a procedure. What for? To be able to meet them, to be able to comply with that. Now, from the point of view of ISO, this is considered critical, fundamental. We cannot conceive an accreditable technique 1589 that it's not complete or has not had any of these intercomparison programs. Therefore, what do we recommend? Well, that the programs meet and submit their clinically relevant challenges, but this is something that in some way or the other the programs have already resolved. Right now, what else do we have? Well, if there were no intercomparison tests, obviously the standard offers alternatives to me. But in the cases in which I can demonstrate truthfully that for the analyte that I am trying to accredit, there are no intercomparison tests in the world. In those cases, I have alternative approaches, right? In which we have certified reference materials, samples previously analyzed or exchange of samples with other laboratories, but this only applies in the case it is not that I cannot buy. That is not a reason for this, okay? No. Remember that the first thing the first thing that ISO requires is that the laboratory of the institution has the resources to have all of this. If they don't have money or resources to do this, they should not be involved in this. As clear as that. And now that's what they indicate as responsibility of the management. The management is responsible for having the necessary resources for the application of everything that needs to be applicable or applied. So the fact that I don't have or these intercomparisons because I don't have resources is not an argument for an accreditation. The only argument in which you could apply these alternative approaches would be the cases in which for some given reason that it's very well justified there was no, or if I could not have access to that in comparison, but you should demonstrate that you cannot have access or that you it doesn't exist. And what does the standard say? The standard says that the lab has to execute these tests in the routine flows in the most similar way possible as how they execute their samples, the patient samples. And this must be executed by the personnel that routinarily executes the patient samples. And where should that be in the procedure? Because these are the good practices of this exercise of the intercomparison. Now, it also says, well, the lab should not contact with the colleagues to see how they did, not to see if I got the same results. And the lab should not either send this intercomparison samples to other labs that they consider might do this better, so that they do them and then they report them. That means that if you do something like that, you are not understanding what we are doing here. The lab should take care of this and should consider this is a hugely necessary test as a second pillar of the concept of analytical quality control. First is internal control and then intercomparison. Those are the two main pillars. And finally, the lab should see the performance. They periodically need to review and discuss the results, and there should also be evidence that the results are discussed with the staff once they are received. You should have evidence of that so that the personnel that executes the intercomparisons will find out about the results. And if the results are not satisfactory, they prepare something, because here we are obliged to declare a nonconformity, and we have to implement a full corrective action. That is a requirement of 1589 for sure. So if you do not meet the criteria, the personnel should participate in the implementation and recording of the corrective action. There's no other way to do it. That's the only way. That's how we do. We failing an intercomparison, ladies and gentlemen, we have to correct by the book nonconformity and corrective action with everything involved from the point of view of the follow-up of the protocol. And with this, we complete this concept of analytical quality quality control, quality assurance. There are many more things that we could have discussed, but we do not have enough time. I want to excuse myself for something. For the labs that are receiving this class in English, you will find with what? First, you will find that the four images on good practices are not in the presentation that you have received. Why? Because an error in which I have to confess, I put this in the presentation after I sent it for translation. And you might find as well that some of the slides in the last part of the presentation might not be in the English version because they will be in the next presentation. But anyway, the corrected version in Spanish and with the right slides will be available for everybody. So the English speakers might not have some of the images. So, well, this is what I have just said is just for the English speaking participants. So we have finished intercomparisons, and a couple of words on the results. No, this is the last phase, the entrance into the post-analytical phase. So once again, the standard says the laboratory shall have procedures to ensure that authorized personnel reviews the results before the release. They evaluate them against the internal control, and as applicable or appropriate, they will compare it with the clinical information available and the previous results. So they check all this before they issue the results. This is tremendously important. When we work in a clinical lab that have sequences and not and maybe the patients might have a history and the patients might have previous data. Okay, but the concept will apply for any lab. Now, what do they review here? What do you have to review here? Well, they evaluate the result of the tests as such, correct? They authorized in some way who has the authority to issue the results of the exams, who has the authorization. You can see here, for example, that these topics in particular, this topic in particular actually is referred to the standard, but it is also supported by this work that are the recommendations from a working group for the development of the post-analytical phase in the Society of Chemical Biochemistry in Croatia. This is a very nice piece of work, very interesting, applies to the traditional clinical lab, of course, right? But that gives you a kind of a guideline and shows you that continuously there are pieces of work and agreements of working groups with regards to the best practices. We're having that all the time. The best practices should be applicable to these areas. Among them, the preparation of the lab report, issuance of the lab report, notification or report of the result of the test, storage, elimination, aspects that you will see now on with in the next presentation.
Quiero decir con esto?
So what do I mean by that? That somehow everything that has to do with post-analytical, starting from also from the competence of the personnel that is responsible of authorizing the results, the decisions made concerning the lack of consistency of some results, the application of delta checks in the pertinent cases in order to establish whether the result should be made once again or not. That's part of the post-analytical phase. And that's part of the competence that the person should have. The person should have the knowledge of this in order to make the final decision whether this exam will be made will be carried out or not. Another point that has to do with the post-analytical, which is to declare the mechanism of storage and disposal of the samples. In the cases where this applies also, this is retention and disposal of the clinical samples, or disposition. Also, we need to identify how the samples will be documented, identified, and retained following their execution, or simply for the sake of keeping a record. And that's something similar that you do with your own specimens. And finally, the laboratory needs to establish the time during which they should retain the samples, because retention time has to do also with the disposition of the sample or the availability of the sample for a clinical use, because following some time, the analytes are not present in the sample, so therefore it doesn't make any sense so therefore the storage of the samples must be in close connection with the viability of the analyte that we will like to find afterwards. So therefore that retention times should be established based on all these aspects, of course, and this can be supported on the traditional clinical practices and the studies that have been carried out with this. And with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you, Roberto. I see that it is very important, this last point that you have mentioned concerning the retention of the samples. In practice, especially in peripheral and local laboratories, that sometimes they only do this, only maybe you do the smear microscopy. It's sometimes that the samples are not retained. No? It's just they do the floating and then the samples are discarded. Maybe this is due to lack of resources or other factors. And so therefore in a local laboratory that does this smear microscopy, but for example, there are laboratories that have incorporated the DS tests, and also they carry out some cultures of water-based cultures. This is not a very general practice concerning these retention times, and of course, everything depends on the availability of the resources in that specific laboratory. Maybe in the development planning of that institution, sometimes they're not taking into account to allocate resources for this specific phase. and therefore they do not buy the refrigerator, the cold storage chambers required for this. For example, we realize this, that in all the planning of resources of the public hospital laboratories, they do not consider this. So in many of our public hospitals, they do not have any chance to store the samples. They execute the samples, they take the liquid, and they just reject the samples. And if there is a need to repeat the test, then they will call the patient again and take new samples with all the expenses that this involves, of course. Yes, and regional laboratories, they do have the laboratories in the region, they have an experience of more than 20 years, no, with the proficiency tests, especially concerning the conventional xenotype sensitivity tests, and this has been also applied for the molecular tests to see the resistance to the drug resistance. But I'm aware that there are some difficulties, and especially nowadays, no, this has been turned more serious with the pandemic, especially concerning the transportation of the materials, of the strains. Sometimes due to the lack of resources of the countries, they should send or ship the samples and the customs procedures, and especially since we are working with multi-drug resistant strains or XDR, and an indispensable requirement for that is that in order to receive those samples, the samples, they should have certificate of the biological safety cabin. So therefore, this is something that is presented, that sometimes not all the countries have specialized personnel, accredited personnel, in order to ensure these safety boxes. And I think that this has turned even more serious because of the COVID. Here we have a question from William Ruiz. Can you mention some quality requirements for qualitative tests? No, no, not yet. No. We are exploring that, and the webpage, you might see some suggestions on the requirements of some techniques, but absolute qualitative, no. Any other question? We have time.
Hola, buenos días. Sí,
Good morning.
una pregunta.
Yes, I have a question.
Cuando estabas hablando del tema
When you are speaking
calidad interna, perdón que me
internal
un poquito,
quality control,
hablabas de que debíamos colocar los controles
you
al
were
mismo
speaking
tiempo
that
que las
we should
muestras.
say the controls at the same time than the samples.
Pues yo
Well,
pienso que no
so
sé si es
I think that
pasar
maybe it is better. First, sorry, there is a microphone. Sorry, there is a microphone. I cannot listen. I'm sorry. Please turn off the micros.
evitar que si de pronto yo tengo un
Yeah.
inconveniente con un
For
reactor
example,
porque
if
no
I have
siento
a
que
problem with the reagent,
eh,
that they are losing color suddenly, and if I don't pass this control first, then I will be damaging all the results of the sample. So therefore, would it be better first to pass the controls, analyze the results, and then use the samples? Well, that depends on the type of methods that we will be using. For example, let's put ourselves in the case that the question would be yes, but I don't know if that would be in accordance with your own methodology. For example, if I have a traditional auto-analyzer in a clinical laboratory, I start in the morning. The first thing that I do, after fulfilling all the starting protocols of the equipment, usually I calibrate if it's necessary, and I start running the controls. So what do I do when I start running the controls? First of all, I establish that the analytical procedure, the whole building up of the analytical procedure is in accordance with the proper operation, that it falls within the parameters. Now, what do I do at that moment? The stability that I have just proved, it says, okay, you can do this now with the patient sample. I start running the patient samples depending on the analytical run. But when I start running all the samples of the patient, then I need to run another control. And this other control will tell me something. What? This other control will say, if it is accepted, it will tell me, okay, you started very well, and following an n number of samples, it was correct. So therefore, in conclusion, all these samples are authorized. But what happens when this second control fails? That second control tells me you started okay. No, all the samples were running okay, but something happened that we have a problem. So you should find out what's the problem, correct the problem, be sure that the control once repeated is correct, and then go back and confirm that the error that has been identified here has not affected any of the samples that have been run. Now, if you confirm this, then they are authorized and you can issue the results. Otherwise, you need to redo all the samples that you might think that they have been affected. So therefore, the concept of quality control has to be related or connected with time. I can start very well, put my control at the beginning, and I will say everything is okay, then continue. But what will ensure that when I finish up to the last sample, all of them is correct? This will be accomplished if I do this second control. Therefore, the point of view of control, which is now it's in a concept that is now done in brackets. So I start, I authorize, and I close, and I confirm. It's a bracket process, and this second control will tell me if it is correct. It will tell you, okay, all that you did on this last following the last successful control is correct. But this also will tell me something. We are correct, and you can continue with the second analytical run that will be in a different period of time. So therefore, I don't know exactly what is your work protocol, but the logic of the control is that the control somehow must ensure that the samples are closely related to the control. So if there's a problem in the control, there will be a problem in the samples. I don't know if this somehow answers your question. Yes, yes, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Any other question? We have time. I have a question. There are several inputs that are not coming with expiration dates, but they put the word that they should be retested. What should we consider in that case? It doesn't say that they have expired, but it says that they should be retested. So therefore, for the accreditation purposes, how can we take what type of inputs are you speaking of? For example, consumables in our case that we could do that decontamination process, some inputs to prepare some buffer solutions or decontaminant solutions. They are reagents. They are reagents that have been prepared in-house, for example, for buffer or saline solutions or 4% solutions. When I prepare a solution, let's assume that the kit has the salts, and I also have a buffer solution, and I need to combine this. When I prepare a solution, that's a good practice and a very well accepted practice. First of all, I need to identify in the label of that flask who did it, when it was done, what it is exactly, and that's now comes. What's the expiration date that I will give to that solution? I must decide how long this will last, and then I must make the best use of my practice, of my experience, or of the history of that input. Because sometimes you see that there is a flask there, and you just take it out, and they say half liter of something, and they say, well, and the last expression that that an operator told me when I asked him, I said that this is I remember in an accreditation process, I said, what's that? They say, no, this is, but I asked, but it doesn't expire? No, it lasts a lot. No, and they say, well, but how can you know if he has expired or not? He said, well, you just stir it a little bit, and if it's clear, it's okay, and if it's not clear, you just reject it. Well, in the case of reagents that have been prepared in-house to decontaminate the samples, to do PBS cultures, to suspend, to wash, or to neutralize the samples, the preparation should be in flasks used for daily work, because the idea of opening, introducing the pipette, that's a frequent cause of contamination of the cultures. Because once I complete the procedure, for example, in the day I have worked 20 samples, I put them on the refrigerator at 4 degrees, and the next day I take it out. But that buffer has been contaminated for all that manipulation, for all that handling. And so therefore, it's a frequent practice that this culture might be contaminated. So therefore, our suggestion is that those aliquots should be prepared just for that day of work. And then once the day is completed, to disregard them, and then you can prepare several independent flasks, but each for, I mean, but not closing and closing it and for the next day, no, because that's something that can be used in the normal techniques, but for you, it's much more critical because you do a culture with that. So therefore, to put a pipette 2 times on that flask, on that bottle, it's
Sí, entendemos eso.
yes,
Más
I
me
understand your point, but I was referring more to the inputs that chemically pure inputs, chemicals, for example, in the case as Dr. Montoro said about the in-house preparations. When you check the certificate of analysis of that chemical input, they say retest, but it doesn't say the date of expiration. So therefore, in that case, what should we interpret about this? Well, we need to look at the pharmacopoeia to see how this is going to be tested, whether you need to be tested again or retested. If they're pure salts, for example, what are the inconveniences? Sometimes the dehydration, but sometimes there is a chemical mechanism that that is more specific of the product. It's not so general. So therefore, it's a product that you're working with. Otherwise, you need to ask the manufacturer directly for the manufacturer to give the instructions and about and to explain a little more about the retest mechanisms that they are proposing. Okay, thank you. Well, we'll have 4 minutes break. 4 minutes break. Thank you, Roberto. So we have 4 minutes break, so Maribel can now start with her presentation. Thank you.
Por favor, Maribel, adelante.
Maribel, please go ahead. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to greet you today in the last day of this week full of learning. In this segment, we are going to talk about the last requirement of the standard, reporting of results, the report of the the notification or a report of results, depending on the translation that has been done in Spanish, the communication of the results and the management of the lab information. We will start with the reporting of results. And in these numbers, we have maybe some things that have been established and that when they were adjusted to the conditions of these labs, they might differ from what we do in the clinical labs all the time, but we will check them all so that each one of you can define based on your guidelines. How do you do this, of course? And well, the result of it says that the results of each exam must be reported accurately, clearly, unambiguously, and in accordance with any analytical procedures. So we had already mentioned this when the results, when they are sent, that accurate, clearly, and unambiguously. This is very important then in terms of being able to follow the guidelines for reporting and unify this with international protocols that you are expert on. The format and medium through which the laboratory reports the results to their patients might be any of any type. You just have to decide which one are you going to use, electronic, physical, by email, if they can be downloaded from your website. But what should be established, that you can decide, but what should be established or what should be established before you define this is that when I talk to my users and tell them how I will send my results, they also accept this. This should be accepted by two parties. Sometimes the patients come and you say, well, I'm going to send you the results by email. Give me your email. And the person says, yes, it's okay. Or the person sometimes does not tell you yes or no sometimes, or they might have an email or no, they do not check your email, or it's a mail that it's not working. So we are always we should always discuss with the patient and have the approval of the patient of the format that we will use. Now, the format that you decide to use, whatever it is, must guarantee the security of that information, right? The non-handling of this information. Nowadays, it is very difficult to find that you can guarantee that it won't be modified once it leaves your organization, because there is the possibility of taking out security from the PDF. There are many people do, and sometimes it is not, you know, in our hands to protect our documentation in that way, but it is important that we guarantee in the extent possible the security of this information once it leaves our organization. The standard also tells us that we need to have a procedure to ensure the correct transcription of results, and this has to do with the process when you deliver the results, when you transcribe the results electronically, and when you want to, or when you might think that there are no any longer people doing manual results or writing down results, but maybe at some level of the lab, not you maybe, but in small labs, maybe there could be. I actually seen this. I've seen this in small institutions, no, that they still write their results at hand, by hand, manually, and we need to give indications to the labs as well, because there are many diversity of reports. And if this cases, this practitioner happens, we should give the instructions to the labs, and also you need to provide the necessary information for the interpretation of the result, and the lab should be able to ensure that when there is a delay and the test results, they will report this to the client. So we go back to the conditions agreed with the clients, and one of the main conditions agreed is the time for the delivery of the results. So since I don't know what effect could this delay have in the patient, if I am delayed in the delivery of the results, I need to be clear on how to report this if I'm going to be delayed. When we speak about a private laboratory, it's pretty easy because I see the patient. I know why the patient has come. The patient has told me if they need the results urgently or that. But sometimes when I do not have the patient so close to me, when I do not have close contact with the patient, I really don't know what is behind this test. And of course, we need to think again about the logistic chain of the result and all the other labs that are involved, that are in the middle. If I delay my result, the other lab, I don't know what was the commitment they had with the patient or the physician or what is behind this result. And therefore, it is important to be able to notify or report when I am going to be delayed, and delay it in good time. Because if I know that tomorrow I won't be able to process this test or this sample, I have to notify today my users that I will be delayed. We should always work thinking that, behind each sample, it doesn't matter what the level it is. In some cases, there is a patient waiting for the result. In some other cases, they are just waiting for a confirmation or a verification. But when you have a patient, this is a very interesting exercise that in the labs of your level, we also approach the patient. In my experience, I was telling some minutes ago that when sometimes you work, but people say, no, but the patients, no, we do not care. We do not see the patients. We do not know. But you have to start thinking a little bit that, yes, there might always be something behind that I don't know. When I haven't seen the patient, when I haven't talked to the patient, I don't know what is the story of these samples, and we should always be aware of that. No, we need to work in the human side of the human services. That's also a very important program of the World Health Organization, and that has been working in so many countries. Then it speaks about the comments that you might have, the characteristics of the report and the attributes, additional attributes that you must have in this report. So this is understood from the fact that it does, from the design of the structure of this form where you make the report, that for the majority are systematized. So it is important that I can have these spaces, even though I won't have this for all the results. It is important that that in the case that I have the form, so if I need this, I will be able to use them without any problem. So what is that I should be able to register in these spaces? Well, the security notes associated to the quality of the sample, the comment for all the samples that arrived, if at some point they do not comply with, or for any reason they might put the result at risk. So put a note, a clarification if we have a sample that didn't meet the criteria, the acceptance criteria, to put these notes so that the person that interpret the results could see this as well. No, also the alert or critical results when these are applicable as well. So remember that we were talking about the importance that nowadays it has for the organizations to be able to establish when do we have a result that is associated to a critical risk or a significant risk. That means that it might endanger the risk, the life of the patient immediately, or which are the critical risk, or the ones with significant risks are those that have a little bit more time for maneuver in the physician when making decisions. So the difference between this alert result or these critical results are the standard calls it's based on the time. Sorry, she corrects herself. Let's rephrase. The alert or critical result, it's that result according to the standard that requires urgent care for the patient. What happens is that the CLSI in the guide of results reporting speaks about results with values associated to critical and significant risk. That standards cause calls it that way, but the CLSI says categorize depending on the level of the risk and depending on the time of action or the urgency that the physician can have. That's why these are categorized in this manner. So I was telling you how in this number what the standard really wants when it asks us to have like a process, a special process for that, what the standard is trying to make us focus on on helping in the care process or accelerating the process if necessary in some cases. And the physicians are the ones who act on the patient, and that they could intervene timely with the patient. That is, we should not be delayed. So at the end, this setting of critical or alert values that would depend on each organization how do they want to do it. At one point, I worked with a lab and we asked, well, the results of the HIV test, can they be an alert or critical value? No, a patient that has HIV, well, his life or her life is not at risk immediately, but someone said no, there are cases in which this could happen, like a mother in the delivery room, or it depends on what is the context in which the test is being used. So it is very important always to have this in mind and consider what you do. There are some values that or some cases that an immediate notification is required. So you have to establish very well, really, if this concept applies or not to your context, to your surrounding, to wherever you work. And if this happens, then you should establish the mechanisms that are the right mechanisms to report this. So you have to define which ones require a reporting and not, well, because they might affect the life of a patient or because they might be putting at risk a community or a population or whatever applies in your context. Once I have established whether these results exist or not, if you were a clinical lab, I would tell you, agree this with your physicians, because when some months ago, I was preparing a presentation about this. I asked some physicians and they said, no, because the labs now report everything like alert or critical. So that can saturate the tool. So agree this with your physicians, agree this and define it with your physicians. That's what I will tell a clinical lab for hospital care, for example. Once I have established this, I need to communicate this among my collaborators so that we all know and we all understand clearly which are these critical or alert results. And I should also establish a process for the reporting, designating especially who will be responsible for this reporting internally. And remember, please, that in the lab, I have to designate replacements for the different activities that people conduct. So in that sense, you should when you consider or you will appoint who will be making these reports, consider who will replace for these people in case they are not available. And obviously, you should guarantee that this replacement person also has the competence for each one of the activities that are done. So in this case, you should establish who will make the reporting, if there are several people or if there's just one person who can replace for this person. Then you have to define who I am going to report these results to. Well, usually to the physicians, we have already said. Usually the next level of scale, that will depend on the type of institution. If we are talking about the hospital level, we are talking to the fact that the first to notify will be the attending doctor, the attending physician. If there was not attending physician, then it's the physician in charge or the head of nurses. If the head of nurses is not there, maybe the nurse aide. If the nurse aide is not there, maybe the administrative staff of the service. And if they were not there, then a relative of the patient, and in the last case, the last resource, the patient. But this, of course, can vary depending on the test, depending on the context. So it is this is based on the setting in which you are as a lab and the organizations are, right? You have to establish what is the mechanism for reporting, telephone, email, and this has to do with the level of risk as well, with the type of organization that I am communicating these things. So you should always make sure that I'm going to achieve the objective, that it's that we speed up and we improve the care for the patient. So this is very important from the moment in which we should establish correctly what do I need to notify and to whom. There is another important thing that has to do here with the telephone reporting of these results. It would depend on the degree of urgency. The protocols sometimes even say, look, that the same guide of CLCSI and many authors have described this, which is that there are some risks associated to the process. For example, you have to establish in the clinical lab, you speak, for example, about a patient that it's hospitalized that has a value with a significant risk, and so, or critical risk, let's say. So the lab will report on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. So in those cases, they are warned of the tool and the physician won't pay attention to them later on. So the lab can establish in consensus with the physician when a patient is hospitalized, when to report and when not to report. In these patients with very serious levels like platelets or things like that, you can also establish that you will report at a given point, at a given time, and you will only report if there is a change of that much, a given percentage. So given the context in any organization, it is important to take into account the context and then determine when you could do this, right? In terms of reporting, the reporting also, well, and I think that this doesn't apply that much to you, but I will share with you that it is important that we as professionals understand the context and the importance of this reporting. Some institutions, given the degree of urgency of some results in some services, have established a protocol in which, in order for given tests, they request an immediate reporting, even without the lab having confirmed the results yet. We receive a result, we process a result, and there are results that might be critical. I don't know, a patient with 20,000 platelets, I don't know, things like that that might require a very, very immediate care, and there are hospitals that establish that. Please report that immediately before even you confirm it. Before you confirm it, no problem. Not if report it and report it as an unconfirmed result, and there are protocols like that. So it is important to be clear about this as well. The reporting, when due to the urgency, it's done by telephone, the reporting, it is important to give evidence, to leave evidence of who did I report to, through what mechanism, and if preferable, if it's possible, to do the confirmation, ask the person to read what she or he noted down, so to make sure that even though I notified by telephone, it was notified correctly, and leave evidence of the successful reporting of the result. This maybe in your setting, in your context, doesn't apply that much. No, this might happen maybe in some organizations, which is skipping some parts of the protocol, no, that maybe that could have created a problem for the patient, that there might have been a demand. But sometimes when you use the protocol for research, it might be that the root cause of the problem is associated to the fact that the clinical lab skipped the immediate reporting protocol, with, and that created a delay in the care for the patient. They didn't do things on time, and this might even end up in a administrative or criminal sanction for the people in the lab. Therefore, it is very important to be clear about that. And with the comments, the interpretative comments at the end, the idea is to be able to do there some sort of any other additional note. So you can see that there are many spaces that can be one or many or four, but in the context, what we have is that our mechanism for reporting of results should allow us to establish these or include actually this information in the result. Now, there is a very important thing that I have also here with regards to the delay in the test, and the same happens when I have to report this. Well, I have to establish and comment how it is done, who can you report this to, and what is the mechanism when we speak about the comments that are done with regards to the quality or the security notes that you might have. I always recommend labs to please standardize and establish which are the notes that they will put in their results, which what should not happen is that from your lab, if the sample was reported by Maribel, the comment is one, but if the sample was reported by Luisito, the comment is different for the same concept. So if your system allows to establish this list of comments, great, have them there and select them and homologate them, standardize them. Otherwise, if you need to have a list in which we unify and standardize this information, because sometimes the wrong interpretations of the results come in some way in a different manner, different to they get to the final user different.
The content of the result report. The content of the result report usually it's very close to what has been established by the law for each country. For example, in those cases where according to our local law, this is regulated, no? In almost all the countries. Now, if this is not regulated at the country, the standard says exactly what it must include. For example, here you have everything that is associated with the identification of the test, the analytical method used, the identification of the laboratory that issued a report, but it does not say exactly what kind of information. In Mexico, for example, they ask that the name of the laboratory should be included, the address, the location of the laboratory, and some additional information. So here it just says identifications, and therefore it will be according to the local regulations in each country. The test carried out by an outsourced laboratory or a subcontracted laboratory. When you do the sample and you send it to an outsourced laboratory, or you have to send the sample to another country because you do not have the methodology to process that sample, you must also make the reference to this outsourced service. This is something that is when I was in previous presentation that I was telling you the importance of reporting this, but of course the patient must always be aware that what other laboratory is processing his or her sample, and also according to the rules or regulations of each country, we need to know the name only, because in other cases they only say outsourced laboratory, but in other cases it says outsourced laboratory in the laboratory such and such, located at such and such, and then in this case we need to establish that more specifically. The identification and the location of the patient on each page of the result, the name of the patient, the contact information. No, we need to standardize this. We need to put all the details of the physician. All this must be consistent with the information that it's in the request for the examination that has been delivered by the patient and has been recorded in the system. The date and time of the collection of the primary sample, whether this is pertinent in the report. Something that needs to be told at all time is that these should be available for audit processes. Sometimes this result, maybe that information is not pertinent to be given together with the result, but this information should be made available at all times for audit purposes, and especially for decision making that you may carry out in that specific process. The type of primary sample, this also may or may not be pertinent, and the measurement procedure where applicable. So therefore that's open. That's open because you have to decide whether this is applicable or not. That depends on what you will be establishing on that procedure. Also how the result will be expressed in international units, and depending on the test, and in that context also now is much more acceptable to use traceable units. So that depends according to the reference given by the manufacturer. No, the manufacturer will tell us how they have validated that method and how that method should be used. Biological reference intervals that we have mentioned, the clinical decision values or the diagrams or nomograms that are supporting those values. This has to do with those results that require to have some sort of a graph or a chromatograph. So therefore, if this is necessary, this should be inserted. No, of course, this is not that we need to report all the time clinical decision values. No, but if they apply, they should be included. And also the interpretation of the results when appropriate as well. Because the standard in this sense is very demanding. No, no, she corrects, not demanding, but very clear. I need only to check the standard, to look all the requirements included in the standard, and then to follow those requirements, no, and be sure that I am fulfilling these requirements and can be applied. Another thing that is important also is to include the identification of the exams carried out as part of a research or pilot program, for example. Here, there is something that has to do with the informed consent by the patients concerning the use of the samples for other purposes. In those cases, the policies that are established in each country shall govern. Now, especially for the laboratories of the level that you have, no, when they are maybe in places where there are more research, more tests of reagents and equipment. So therefore, in that case, you need to have that information clear, no? The one that needs to have to sign this consenting form must have this consenting form is at the time of collecting the sample, and therefore you need to, if you're going to be using that sample, you need to establish exactly how these samples are being used. It's important to have clarity in this regard and to leave evidence of this. The identification of the person or persons who have reviewed the results and have authorized the communication of the results. This also is associated with the regulatory aspect of each country. For example, in some cases, there are 3 signatures included in the results. Whoever has done the test, who has validated the test, and then the health, the person in charge, and the third signature will be the person in charge of the person that is responsible for the laboratory, you know. So therefore, in other cases, there is only 1 signature. There are other laboratories that require 2 signatures. So therefore, we need also to be consistent with the organizational policies, no? Because as I mentioned before, the country regulation shall prevail. The date of the report of the results and the time of the report. Sometimes it's not quite possible to have the exact time of the communication of the process, but it's important to have the date of the report of the results. I can print the copies, leave them ready, and sometimes I can send it through the email or in printouts, and the patient can come and collect the samples. No, but there are other cases that the patient has to go and ask for a printout. So therefore, I must download this from the platform. So therefore, that's not very easy to follow about the time of the report, because sometimes we do not have the exact idea at what time the patient receives the results. But the idea is that if it is in the platform, it is virtually, we know exactly the time that those results were loaded in the system. No, so and the number of the page in relation to the total number of pages. No, for example, if it's pertinent, we need to include that as part of your process. No, in 5.9, the standard speaks about the release of the results. Concerning the release of the results, it's important, first of all, to have a well-documented procedure where all the guidelines are established for the release of the results. Always, we need to know who can communicate them and to whom, when, all the information to be sure that this procedure is very well documented. When when we release the results of an exam, this requires a previous validation. I release the results once I have made all the necessary reviews concerning some specific characteristics of the results. The standard says here, first of all, that it must be ensured that the following conditions have been met. No, for example, that the quality of the sample was correct, and that everything is indicated. It is important here that I have very clear that to make a validation of the results is a process that requires more than one step. We have started the first validation of the sample. And I always say that validation requires like 3 separate steps. First of all is the analytical validation of the result that is required by the standard. Then we have the optional validation of the result, and then the validation of the transcription of the results. The analytical validation is done with following the protocol, the quality control protocol that has been explained by Roberto, all the steps that needs to be followed to establish whether the process is working properly or not. So therefore, this technical process has been correctly. Before I have ensured the quality of the sample, I have made my analytical run. I have established with my closing control whether I can report those results or not. So that's the first validation. Then I have now that I have the value, but that value is still not a result, because in spite of the fact that the quality control is correct, there might be some gasper, some ghost, let's say, that has included a bubble in the sample, because sometimes the samples are collected and they are stirred very strongly, and then these micro bubbles are created that are almost invisible to the eye. And it might happen that when the pipetting is carried out with these volumes of 5.2 microliters, there was a micro bubble that has been taken, and it might happen. It might happen that there is an error in the sample when reading the sample. So therefore, this also will require a validation of a clinical validation. It's a clinical validation. It's like so it is the clinical validation. Sorry, I said the optional, but it's the clinical validation. But it has we need to be sure that it has the result is the same as the first validation. So this second validation, this clinical validation, is very important, because we need to carry out that. This is and the third validation is that has to be done by some laboratories depending on their workflow, which is the verification of the transcription of the numbers and data. It has happened in an audit performed to a laboratory, that the laboratory was analyzing the results. The laboratory validated it with the system. But once the validation was accepted, but at the time that the physician created a PDF, or the patient created a PDF to print out the results, or the laboratory printed the results, the system had a problem of configuration, of a setup problem. So therefore, the results were given, but when the results were seen with values that were when the results, for example, when the results had values below 0.1, they automatically will know that, and when they were above 1, they will take that value. And they didn't realize, because when they validated the results were okay, but at the time of transcribing the thing, so they look it at the platform, but at the time of creating the PDF, there was a configuration problem. So therefore, we need to take into account all those risks inherent to the process. If I just print the results and I print out, I sign the documents and I send the results, I must have I must check that, because I think it's important to see this third validation. we're going to elaborate a little more on that. So what happens with these computer systems, no, that might somehow affect the value, at the time of transcribing the results. So therefore, there are some aspects that needs to be taken into account when making these reviews. Now, for example, in the case of like the delta check or the comparison made with the consecutive values of the results of the patient, that will enable to detect some sudden changes or radical changes. No, so therefore, and also with the computer technologies now help us a lot to ensure this exercise much more. But we always must remember that is a problem that exists in many laboratories, which is the excess of trust. No, sometimes we believe that since the laboratory are doing things all the time, this is designed that for us not to validate or to check that. But that's not true. We need to control all the time, and, and we need to have the proper tools. Or even if we have the proper tools, we need to continue doing this kind of control, even maybe in a more random manner, not every time, but something must be done. Now then we have the results, the partial results. We need to see that the results are legible, that can be interpreted correctly, and we must be sure that all these aspects are fully met. Now, the delivery of partial results. First of all, the laboratory must define whether they're going to be delivering partial results or not. That's the first decision that must be taken by the laboratory. Some laboratories are prohibited to do so, but there are other laboratories that do so depending on the methodologies, the times of response. And for example, if they are asking a culture, or the physician first is asking a partial value or a function, and then wait for the culture. So therefore, this must be fully documented and implemented on how these partial deliveries will be carried out. The thing is that by the end, the patient must always receive the full report, because that's important. Maybe the first report has not been used, but the patient must always receive the complete result. The notification of telephonic results. Here, the the standard says very clear that the results should be addressed only to the person that are authorized to receive those results. I was in an audit process uh, uh, some time ago, and the most frequent non-conformity found by the electronic tools was precisely that the results have not been received by the users, and somebody else has received the results. So therefore, it is important to ensure that now with the delivery of results to the authorized persons is fully being complied with. The verbally reported results also, that we have spoken a little more about that, but we need to reinforce that procedure. When we decide to notify the results orally or verbally, well, whether this is correct or not, well, let me tell you, this is not a best practice, of course. That's not the ideal thing that should be done by the laboratory. However,
en algunos momentos
in
pudiera
some cases, it might happen. It might be necessary due to the if there is an emergency or anything that may happen. So therefore, the rule says, well, the rule says, well, if you do so, you will clearly establish how to do this, and be sure all the time that the result that you verbally reported must always be followed by a written report. No, later on, you're going to be sending a physical report, and also everything must be left with evidence. No, it must be documented. You must say to whom I have given that. I have reported those results. Who received that? Then we must be sure that they have received the results, and then we need to leave the record of who sent it, who received it, and then we must be sure that the result, the written report is forwarded afterwards. No, this must be associated with us. Also, it speaks about here about the correction of reports, so the results, when the results are corrected. When the results are corrected, also the same applies. As we said a while ago, that we should document and define which are the guidelines to be followed for correcting the results in your organization, when they are corrected, whether this requires an authorization or not, because it is different. The implication is different when the correction is internal and the result has not been delivered to the client, but it's different when the results are already in the hands of the user. And if and something different is if the user is a laboratory and I must be sure whether this has been delivered to the patients, as opposed that when the results were given to the physician. So therefore, in the different stages, and in some institutions, they do not, sometimes they do not use this mechanism of authorization. But I'm sure that in your case, a hierarchy should exist in order to communicate with the person that they have notified and what's the procedure to follow by your institute to carry out this notification.
Entonces, frente a esto, pues
So
en su
vis-a-vis to this, in your procedure, you should establish which are the steps to follow when the result it's a non-conformant result that it's internal, or when it went as non-conformal to the user, and who will do this. When you already do the process and the correction, you should leave evidence of who did the review, who was responsible, what was the previous data, the corrected data, and to leave evidence of this, whether physical or electronic, but always leave evidence, because this can also this might result in legal problems, demands, suits, and therefore it is very important to have the evidence at hand and the records at hand that the record that this was done correctly. Okay. Well, and that's what the standard has established in 4.8 and 4.9. Here, there is an important thing here, which is the selection of automated result reporting. This selection and automated reporting of results, it has to do with the mechanism that you have. If you have an IT system, if you manage an IT system, how from the system you should establish how this protocol will be, which are the guidelines, which are the steps to follow, and there should be documented criteria to be able to conduct this process. And especially that there should be evidence of what results, well, that there should be evidence of what results were reported automatically, which results were not, and now we work in the self-verification algorithms that might not be used in your case, but all the IT platforms and the large companies nowadays offer this very robust system, which allows organizations like to create these algorithms for the reporting of results automatically, and and to conduct a test, confirmation of results, or samples that cannot be, the system cannot report in such a way that we as a lab, we can make sure that this report of result is done correctly. Now, it is always important that even though this system exists, we should have very well defined, and we should verify periodically and that this works, because at some point the platform might have had some error, some problem, so that might generate a system in the process. In these automated reporting of results platforms, it's also important that we meet all the requirements that are established, that were established at the beginning, the possibility of putting notes in the report, security notes, comments, observations, and identify the results that have that are associated to significant or critical risks, as you whatever you have established in that sense. And here there is an important thing as well, which is that due to the risk associated to managing these reports, it is very important that we make sure that our system has a mechanism that will allow us to rapidly suspend the selection and automated reporting of results. Sometimes, and it happened to us in some organization, sometimes we do not know if it was a failure, if it was electrical problem, electrical discharge, but well, the results were like were disorganized, so they were passing the results, they were not matching the right patient, right? And when we realized some patients were receiving tests that were not their own test, it was like a little crazy for a while, and the system allowed us to stop the reporting of results, but it was not that fast. We didn't know this mechanism or how to do this. So the chemist started looking, how do I do, call, ask, how do you turn off the system? Because they were even passing the clinical history of patients. So these are the things that you should consider as a risk in the process. So you should be very clear about what is the mechanism to stop or to solve these problems. Now, here we could get into the debate on what the labs have established as risks, that sometimes it's just a nonconformities. They categorize risks, something that it's a risk really, what they should be is a nonconformity, and they have security barriers established in these processes. So here, something like that happens, it has barriers, but they might not know or do not remember this. So they can manage it differently from that. In this number, it is extremely important that we have it and we know how it works and how it is used. And the reports, well, once they are corrected, we also keep evidence of this. Okay, so far, do you have any question? Thank you, Maribel. Yes, please, if you could write down your questions, if any, in the chat.
Si alguien tiene preguntas.
Yes, if there are questions. Well, if there are no questions, what we can do is give you 2 minutes, and if someone has questions on this topic or and the next topic, we can have questions at the end. So can you continue? Yes, I can continue, no problem. Yes. Well, let's continue then. Let's continue talking about the importance and what happens with the management of information from the lab, and especially with the IT systems. It is important that we have, or that we can guarantee actually that these IT systems that we are using give us the security in information, that give us information in a reliable manner, in a safe manner, because this is a critical point in the whole process, right? This information security is something that I would apply to all the general aspects of management, because at the end there are organizations in which they just implement this for the equipment and for the security of information within everything that is referred to the results of patients, the patient's results and the information that we get from the equipment, when in reality there is a lot of this aspect, the information security, that we must take into account. So the standard, first of all, requires us that we should have access to the tools that are required in the process to provide the adequate service. So from this approach, what we will request to the labs is that they have established and implemented all the tools that they require, that is equipment, IT systems, availability of this equipment, maintenance programs, software as well, to guarantee the security of information, the antivirus programs, and everything else that every organization might require based on the type of information, and also based or in line with the mechanisms that they use to guarantee or to take care of this information internally. It must be all of this must written in a documented procedure. And there is an important thing in here, which is the security and how we will guarantee the confidentiality of information. Here, in terms of the confidentiality of information, there is a very important thing, which is how how we really guarantee this confidentiality. How can we guarantee it? We were seeing this at the beginning, and the standard does not only ask you to have a statement of confidentiality signed by the professionals. Well, that's what you do when you go to the audit. That's what you find. You find that people, what they have established is just okay, we will leave it here until they will sign some statements, and with that, and that's what they submit, the statement that has been signed, as if it was enough. But the reality is that that doesn't guarantee, that doesn't ensure or guarantee the confidentiality of information. What I could say is that what you guaranteed with that is that people know and they sign. But what happens when they send you the results? And that happened to me once, that the results go in a Ziploc bag. No, the courier takes it to a very small city. The courier took the results in the Ziploc bags, which means that in the route he wanted to open them, he could see the results. Even during the process while I wasn't giving this to the patient. So there are so many things around confidentiality that from information security we also have to establish. When we talk about confidentiality, probably not all the information has the same degree of risk or the same level of risk. There might be information that everybody in the lab can access, like what tests were asked for, but there's some other information that not everybody should have access to, like the data on the patient, the invoicing data, address, telephone number of the patient, but also the results, right? So it's recommendable really that in our systems, in our IT systems, whether it is the system for the results or for the data entry of data of the patients, it would be good if we can set a prioritization matrix with a rich approach and to be able to define based on the risk of information, how do I assign this access or this access to the information by people. Now, it is also important to understand here that this number of the standard and these concepts in general that should be managed within the information management of the information. These include not only the software, the information system or the IT system, it also includes all the equipment lab, the text processors, the spreadsheets, and even, for example, the templates that sometimes we download from the internet. Sometimes we download a template from the internet, and that template is used to do the verification of methods, to make calculations. We use it for many different things. So it is also important to guarantee and make sure that the standard request us to establish, we apply it to all the IT systems that we have in the lab, in the different areas of process. Well, we have to define the authority and responsibility for the management of the system. So in your procedure, your IT systems you should establish both for the laboratory, if the personnel that conducts the whole exercise, maintenance, security, installation, verification of the IT systems, if this is internal in-house staff or if this is outsourced. And if that is the case, I need to make sure that in the process that I contract from them or the process that they sell me, this is done as well. This is included as well. Of course, the most important emphasis should be put in the information related to the patient, and the standard is very clear. People that access to patients' information, who can introduce or modify patient data or the results, or those who authorize the issuance of the laboratory results and reports. But the legislation, and here we should also consider our own regulations. Each country has some clear guidelines and criteria on what is for sensitive information, and so apart from this, we have to expand this term of patient information, taking into consideration what the regulations of our country indicate. there are some systems that we use in the lab, and all of these systems must have been validated by the vendor. And here we have something like the validation and verification of methods. It's exactly the same. What would be applicable here? Who validated? He validates the method, whoever designs it. And in some cases, whoever uses it, making modifications to what the vendor or provider manufacturer has given us. And here it is the same. Who designed the methods? The manufacturer. Therefore, most of the IT systems come already validated, except when the lab makes its own developments, or when they try to use the software in a condition or for an expected use that it's different from the expected use established by the vendor. So in those cases, we validate. There are many labs that have designed IT tools, their own IT tools. The truth is that lately, and as time passes by, I have seen that there are fewer labs that do that, because I know of some of them, some labs that were doing their own developments because no development was useful for them. But nowadays there are such robust platforms in the market that the platforms by themselves do everything that is required. So they do not, we do not need to create our own platforms or our own systems. So what we should do actually now is to verify that that these platforms work correctly before we use them. And in this verification, we sometimes we say, what do we verify and how do we verify? And a couple of days I was in a lab that submitted a procedure to me for information management, and they said the IT system staff is responsible for conducting the verification of the operation of the software. But they said as well that this verification was in a free format, and that that was going to be done by the IT department. And when I asked the person from the IT department, I asked, well, tell me, how do you verify that the software is working? What is the step-to-step that you follow? And the engineer told me, no, we just run some tests, we enter some patients, and we verify that the person is or conducts the activities as they should, as the vendor has said. And that's what we do. And I said, and what records do you keep? What evidence do you leave of this exercise that you do? And this engineer asked me, well, or answer to me, no, nothing. We just sign. We just leave a signature where we said that it was tested, but that's it. So there are some recommendations with regards to that, and some authors, the CAP specifically, additionally to the fact that it demands a verification of the IT systems, the idea, or what the CAP asks to these labs, is that they run a series of verifications, punctual verifications of the printing of the results. So what they look is they want to prevent this failure that I told you I found in the lab, in which the system ended up doing some changes to the information. So what the CAP asked for, and what it has established in its model, is that there should be a series of printings per area. Curiously, most of the printings must be conducted for the tests of bacteriology tests, probably because of the way in which they are written, the typography that it's needed, and I think that this is in line with the fact that in a ECRI report of the most frequent errors in a clinical laboratory, they also report that one of the most frequent errors is, the transcription of the microbiology results. I think then that there is a match there, no, in between these two, how can we say, these two recommendations. So, well, they request that the lab establishes a number of results that will be printed and will be verified by in all the models of report. So they ask, for example, that they make the printing, they take the printing of the results, 2 of hematology, 2 of chemistry, 2 of population, 2 results that have just alphabetical data, that are transcribed just as alphabetical data, or that are just qualitative, or that have numerical values, or that have security notes, or that have letters, a combination of letters and numbers, or that involve graphs or any additional tool, maybe images for the report, and that they verify both in the lab once they are printed as well as in the remote site. So they say remotes, like in the surgery rooms, at the ICUs and other internal departments of the organization, but also when the patient is an outpatient, someone from the home gets in, makes some printings, checks, and they even print this because sometimes the error is there. I see it as a PDF, but when it goes to the system, then that's where I have some communication errors. It is very important then to establish that in this mechanism, verification mechanism, I should establish everything, not only that when I capture the patient data, they are entered the same or are correct, or that when I ask the test, or that the test is correctly configured, but I should take care until I get to that space in which the patient imprints the results.
Todos los mecanismos de
And to
transmisión.
consider all the mechanisms, whether these are sent by all the transmission mechanism, whether this is sent by fax, by email, by WhatsApp, all the alternatives that have been established for reporting the results. So therefore, to do this verification of the functionality of the information systems also requires that we should do a more in-depth exercise to look at the different risks involved in that process. And sometimes we don't pay enough attention to that, and to some minor details that should be considered. Something that I wanted to add about this. Yes, that's when we have a software. But what happens if we have some electronic forms that we use? For example, we buy these formats, and that I can download that format and I can work on that. No, and I do. Or somebody shared with me a matrix for the design and or the follow-up of the quality control. So therefore you follow all the formats that you have somehow shared with somebody. Sometimes you can put additional safety characteristics. No, sometimes it's important when we're going to be using these tools, we need to do a verification process. We need to do some manual calculations and to be sure that it is working properly. No, every time that we are using on computer systems, we must be checking that. In an audit process, we were checking the verifications of the methods, and at that time, the evaluator on the chemical network asked for the verification formats with all the results and everything, and then fortunately for the auditor, she asked one specific format, no, and then she checked, and when she did this in another format that she had in her own portable and in her own PC, the calculations made by the laboratory, the precision calculation was different. So the laboratory, well, said, well, no, laboratory was surprised. They say, well, I don't know what's going on. But then doing the exercise and working with the user, it was easy. We realized that the format they were using was not their own format. It has been given by the provider, but they have not done the verification. The vendor himself provided a support, and he had verified everything. When we checked the data, it was a coagulation process. The coefficient values obtained from the exercise done by the vendor was perfectly, and the verification process was perfect done by the provider. But if we make the real calculation done with our own format, well, the verification of the method was not approved, and it was not clear. So therefore, what happened? In the best case, the laboratory was not sure that that template had been properly designed. and they maybe didn't realize about that mistake, or maybe the provider had to adjust the data. We didn't know exactly what had happened, but it's just to take into account, no, how important it is to be sure that the tools that we are using work properly, and that they fall within the parameters that should apply for what we need. In addition to that, there are several risks associated to the information. So therefore, we must be sure that the software are duly protected all the time from unauthorized access. And sometimes unauthorized access is not only that somebody gets in and try to manipulate or to steal the information. It's the fact that somebody gets there, puts a pen drive, and it can somehow just delete all the information, or a virus can enter into the software, maybe not on purpose, no, or purposely, no, but really we need to have very clear policies for that. We need to protect all the equipment from that. But if somebody enters in your laboratory or the providers or to check information, we must be very careful that that risk might exist. We also must protect from tampering or loss. Software must always be used under the supplier's specifications to safeguard the accuracy of the records. Also, that due maintenance should be given, and here it is important not only to ensure the integrity and the safety of the data, but also regarding the productivity, the opportunity of the information, because on what way that software plays a major role in the organization, because we can know how many hours of inactivity we have. When we speak about a process indicators, the indicators are there precisely to monitor a process. And when we speak about information systems or computer information systems, uh, with uh, with the laboratories, sometimes they are indicators that are associated only to the fulfillment of activities, and that's all. So, but sometimes there are equipment that is programmed for maintenance, and maintenance that has been done, and that's it. No, but here I think there are other things that are important. For example, an indicator of all the failures of the system, that in addition to have this properly recorded as part of the maintenance follow-up plan, in the laboratory, this can entail many other things: delays, errors, economic loss. So when you have a program, a software that starts to measure these failures and to do the proper follow-up, and then you can see whether these are solved or not. Then but but it's important to do this kind of follow-up. The record not only is for the purpose of fulfilling the maintenance program, but also to be able to measure any of the other risks that can help me to make decisions towards the improvement of the laboratory and its operation. So therefore, it's important to give this monitoring. Now, we need to ensure maintenance all the time. It is irrelevant that the maintenance services are outsourced or from other country, or that they can come and check the system. We also must ensure that it works, and we need to do due compliance to the data protection law as well. Given the importance that the information system has in the organization, and considering the usefulness and how valuable this is for us, the risk associated with these have a very strong impact in the organization. So when the information system fails, this is one of the things that I should have contingency plans. And also I should have not only documented contingency plans, but also I must be sure that they actually work. Because for example, if I say, what happens if the software doesn't is not working? I say, well, we do manual reports, but where is the format, how many copies are taken, what is the contingency plan in the case of a failure of the software? Now, yeah, so we need to see exactly how the contingency work, and in this case, it should be fully documented. And of course, that depends on the laboratory and depends on the opportunity where it occurs. No? For example, right now, in history, and with the experience with COVID, if the laboratories have not learned to do risk management programs, and if now they are not different organizations, that would say that laboratories have never learned anything, because it is important that to what they have lived right now, they should have learned all these contingency plans. I, Here I would like to make some additional comments with regard to this.
Cuando hablamos de seguridad,
When we speak about information security, we speak about protection using tools, passive tools, which means to buy an information, a software, or to buy an antivirus, to have some access passwords that will ensure that that only authorized persons will have access to the information. But there's also a series of associated risks that affect the information that should be taken into account. First of one, I would say one of these, and maybe what do I say? One of these risks, first I thought it was a little exaggerate, but I now I have understood that it makes sense really, and this has to do with the risk involved by the persons who are no longer working in the organization, or the visitors, or in a conference that I attended a while ago, they were speaking on how information on health issues, health-related information, and information provided by the hospitals, clinics, laboratories, pharmacies. All this information that is related to the health of the patient is one of the of the information that is more subject to robbery of data. No, much money is paid to get this information. So therefore, there sometimes even former employees of the organization that still have access to that information, they can easily steal the information from the organization and sell it out. So therefore, we need to take into account these kind of risks that might happen. Of course, these are not frequent, but it might happen. Just as the case of the security risks or physical risk, for somebody gets there and steals all the hardware, no? So therefore, we need to include all these possibilities as part of the security mechanisms. So therefore, we need to have a backup in other facilities of the organization, or maybe in the case of a flooding or a fire. Or another thing with the management of this information is what happens is if I make the final report of an auto analyzer, or if I'm just taking it out of service. Now, how can I be sure that my provider or my supplier will ensure that all the information that is included in that hardware will also be destroyed correctly? So therefore, we need to take into account that the threats, maybe logic threats like the antivirus, Trojans, and all these electronic viruses and attacks, or they can be physical. No, people stealing equipment, or acts of God. No, like in the case of flooding or weather conditions. So therefore, not only the protection schemes are passive, but also we need to have other tools that are more interactive with the risk. Something that is important with the security of the information is the need to have clear policy for connection to Wi-Fi inside institutions, for downloading applications, and other things that somehow will represent a major risk, especially now where we had to learn working in different manner as the way we were used to work before. And finally, to end, somebody asked me what conditions should be fulfilled after accreditation and for how long this process should be maintained. Well, for the time that you should maintain that process for, that's on your own decision. This is a matter related to the organization itself. It's part of the organizational policy, but the idea is what is important is to have this accreditation. For you to achieve this accreditation, it's a part of a clear alignment with the international strategy, which is mainly aimed at ensuring competence. So therefore, it's important that they should be kept a long time. In this, I think that's the most important thing behind an accreditation process, is to ensure that we are working such as that. Another thing could be like be the leaders in the market to gain more acknowledgement. There are many other interests. In the private sectors, you have other things. Some of them get accredited because they are requested by a bidding process, or they are accredited because the competition has been getting the accreditation. Others decide to request accreditation because they want to be the first ones in the region, for example. So I think, but let me tell you that the main interest for accreditation should always be the patient. Now, if it's part of a bidding process, for example, the laboratory should be accreditation. I am fully convinced of this of the importance of this ISO 15189, and also I'm convinced that this will help laboratories to do the things best and to improve their acts. But depending from where this need has originated, or that interest to be accredited, but this has to do also with all these factors. Now, how long? That depends on the long that you decide to this, but I think that it will be also the time where it is economically viable to sustain this, because sometimes I think due to the lacks or inefficiencies of reagents or equipment in your laboratories, that might affect somehow this decision. How long this process will be maintained? Once you reach accreditation, the cycles of accreditation are 4 years. In other countries, there are 3 years. I'm not sure whether if there is a difference in that sense. In the countries that I know, the cycle is 4 years. Now, we as laboratory, we feel that this is that we know that every year we must be ready, because this is an audit process that happens every year. So therefore, I never say accreditation is for 4 years. No, I tell him accreditation is every year, because in the reassessment that are done periodically, although you are not being audited entirely, but it's perfectly possible that you might be required to complete other kind of tests and things. So therefore, it's like waking up every morning, and I know that I had to have a shower, for example. No, it's something that I need to do, because I know that every day I must be aware of that. And we must make a difference in 2 aspects. First of all, the importance that accreditation has from the based on the implementation of the standard itself. The standard is implemented so that you can issue your results on a droit être, not something that is mandatory, something that you must be sure that you are doing the things as best as possible. So therefore, the idea of having the certificate, okay, that the paper that give us the acknowledge that acknowledge our efforts, that's not the objective. The objective is that we as professionals, as persons, as human beings, wake up every day and want to be each day better, and without owing anything to patients, to life, or to ourselves. The certification is the recognition given to our organization for completing this exercise, for carrying out this process voluntarily, for being accredited, for maybe for gaining bidding. But in addition to that, I think this is a process that should be maintained every day inside your organization. Well, that's what I wanted to share with you for this session. I don't know if you have any question.
Maribel, sí, por acá tenemos.
Maribel,
Bueno, siempre lo estoy diciendo. Es que
as I always say,
tan importantes.
all the topics have been so important,
Muy importante sobre los sistemas de información.
about the information systems.
Quizás esto
At least for me, this is not something familiar to me concerning the validation and verification that should be done with that system. Another thing is the confidentiality of the results. As you have mentioned, this is done to the messenger, and that's something that is working in almost no, you have the results in a piece of paper, but there is no confidentiality with the case of when they are giving the results, and this happens until reaching the final addresses, so the final recipient. So therefore, something that we are working on is that each laboratory should have its own information system, that their results should be sent in real time, and that this can reach in a timely basis. No, that's mainly what we want. We don't want to say that we have a very good molecular test in so many laboratories that we have a result in 2 hours, but the patient is or the physician are still receiving those results after 14 days or something. That's something, no, and there is no quality, there is nothing, and that's something that we need to intensify. Here we have a question.
La seguridad de la
How can
información.
you ensure the security of information if there are multiple users having access to the copies of the results? Probably this is related to what I mentioned about the courier or the messenger. Yes, it really depends on the multiple users as well, right? If the multiple users are the technical personnel of the lab, the professionals in the lab, well, we have a confidentiality commitment. Something different is who has access, and we go back to the issue from the beginning. It is very important that I can guarantee that all people working in the organization, from the reception people and the messenger, understand their service, their commitment.
Hay múltiples personas y digamos que
There are many people and that are involved in this, and to guarantee this, it's very difficult. How do I know that someone didn't pay the receptionist to find out the result of the pregnancy test of whoever? Who knows? We might not know that but from whatever we can do, we should improve that security as much as we can. As Roberto was saying, for anything people can invent, how to get rid of the rules, and we're perfect for that in the human beings. But you were saying that the results are sent in envelopes that come in sometimes in Ziploc bags. At least if it was in a envelope, stamp with the logo of the organization, you can say, well, that's okay. But if the lab in Colombia, they were sending this in a Ziploc bag, and I said, my God, what is this? And there is also a thing associated to this, is that you can give the result for email, but you don't know who has access to that email. So there are things that are out of our outside our scope of what we can do, right? So we should try to control as best as we can. Yes, we have some other questions. The download of information of results with reference to the management of the information system. They ask, how can we guarantee the information? I don't know if you understand the question, because I didn't. Sorry. No, I didn't get it. So the download of information, in theory, when the labs can access to this platform and unload results, that's because every person, patient, or lab has been assigned a code, a user, password number in which they can get in and see the results and download these results, if that's what you mean in your question. There is an important thing here that comes to my mind now, and is that when we subcontract or outsource the services, the outsourced labs, and that happens to me, and I just mentioned this for you to take into account. There was a lab in which you could get in, download the results, and there was a note saying that the result just have validity if it had a signature. And I said, why would I get into a platform and download a result that doesn't have a signature? And if the lab tells me that it doesn't have a validity until they receive the hard copy with a signature, there is no sense putting the results in that platform. And something that I want to tell you as well here is that, and this is very me really, and maybe it doesn't apply to you, but I always insist that in the labs with the delivery of the results at the hospital level with the delivery of results. You know, you work the results, you release them, and you leave them in a cubicle so that the person, the resident or whoever in the hospital will come and pick them up. And I always ask this question, and I ask this question to the people in the labs. The lab is the responsible for taking the sample and delivering it, the result to the patient, delivering in time and form the result to the patient. And I ask, leaving a result in a cubicle for a physician or a resident to come to the results, is that to give the results in time and form to the patient? In what part of the medical training of the physicians they are told your obligation is go to the lab to pick up the results, right? And then I believe that that is something that we should understand in what is it to give in time and form. That has to do with what you were saying, Ernesto, actually. Yes, we have Janet Portilla. She says that the requirements of 5.10 are directly related to the requirements of 4.3 and 4.13. On the other hand, 5.10, what part of the process PHVA will that correspond to? What happens is that if we are talking, if I'm talking in the lab, the PHVA applies to all the processes. I can have 4.3 management of records, management of documents, and you can do that. But 5.10, what informatics system, it has a different content. It has a different context that it's completely different. They are kind of related, but 5.3 also 5.10 also has its PHPA. So I don't know, it has like the way in which you have characterized this in the organization. They all have a PHPA individual, and in the provision of the service, they plan the acquisition of service, you acquire, you buy it, you start using, and then you act in relation to this. So we will have to look more in depth how you have implemented, or do you conceptualize the HPA in your system, really? Yes. Nancy says that in Guatemala, everybody's in the reference lab, all the personnel signs the confidentiality commitment, but the users, the intermediate users, like the areas receiving the reports, don't do that because they are outside of the quality system. How can you guarantee the confidentiality? We discussed this in the training sessions, but up to what extent is it our responsibility? Well, I think that I discussed that yesterday, and it has to do with the fact that nobody that is in the organization can consider it's him or herself for out of the system for 1,599. And I said that I read this once in the WHO lab manual. Everybody working in the health institution is considered part of the medical team in this moment, that they are first, second, third line. That's a different thing. But we all have a responsibility vis-a-vis the responsibility or the security of the patient. So I go back to this, the messenger, the person that is in the hospital, the resident, they all have to understand, sign the confidentiality agreements, participate in the whole organization, because accidentally they might have access to a report. They also have to commit and understand the basic things. I mean, I'm not asking either that they are trained in method verification, quality control, in the basic things that really have to do with their work, document control, continue with the process, following the processes. I always speak about the security of the patient, and when I am invited to make introductory presentations, I first talk about patient security because it's something that raises the awareness of people. So up to what extent is it our responsibility? Everybody working in the lab, all of them are responsibility of the lab.
Gracias, Maribel. No vemos
Thank you,
más.
Maribel. We do not see more questions here, so we might go. We are on time. It's today. We have the turn of Colombia and Guatemala for the country presentations. I invite then Colombia. I suppose that Claudio Llerena, sorry, will be the presenter today. Yes, it is me. Maribel, can you stop sharing your presentation, please? Thank you. Yes, I'm uploading my presentation. One sec, please. Please confirm if you see my presentation. Yes, yes. Can you put it in presentation mode? In the case of Colombia, well, Colombia is in the northern part of the region, bordering with Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Brazil, and Panama, capital city Bogota, where we have the National Reference Laboratory and the National Institute of Health located. With regards to the number of professionals that we have here, well, we are a group of people, 5 people. We have a coordinator. 98% of my activities are administrative. We have 3 professionals, 1 full term and some others by contract. That it's they work on a contract, and sometimes they do not work all the time with us. And they are technical people. They are the leaders of the test processes, and I have a professional full-time that this professional does many things, but this person cannot conduct lab tests. In the entity, we have this whole support processes, so the strategic mission processes linked to lab equipment, contract management, maintenance of area. These other supporting areas support us, as their names say. In our lab work. With regards to the coverage, well, the structure is the same. We have seen in all the presentations, 1 national reference lab, 33 public health laboratories in each one of our regions or provinces. And in the network of laboratories, we have 1,762 labs that do any type of test that exists at this point for TB. Even for microscopy, we have 1,073. We have molecular tests as well that are not mere microscopy or culture. Why it is important to show this? Because this variety of the diagnostic offer that the country has demands a lot from us as national reference lab in terms of the coordination of the quality control, and even in everything that they should send us from the point of view of the diagnostic reference and the surveillance of mycobacteria specifically. Tests that we conduct, well, for TB, we do BACTEC, GMT. Since 3 years ago, we decentralized all the resistance to isoniazid and rifampicin, and we keep the resistant case, and we adjust this based on the WHO recommendation. So we the BACTEC, melakinid for DLM, LZ, CLS, and if it is a patient that comes back, we try to offer MOXI, MICO, or LEO, but we focus mainly in patients with resistance. We do genotype of first and second line. The second line for the patients that are resistant, that come with MDR or RR or isoniazid resistance, and the first line, because what is happening is that the incorporation of the TBID, maybe many are negative, so they send for the non-tuberculosis mycobacterial recognition, and so we complement this with isoniazid and rifampicin. For 2022, we have an expert ultra piece of equipment for proficiency tests, because we have 50 labs that offer this in our network, and we need to make the verification of the panel, and we are in the process of seeing how do we start with sequencing as well. For non-TB mycobacteria, we have genotype CMAS, and we have the genotype NTM already implemented, and we are in the process of verification of the MALDI-TOF, because the AAS has been discontinued behind, so we won't have enough for this recognition. That's why we have MALDI-TOF. What is the accreditation of our entity? Well, I wanted to show you this. We have an integrated management system in which we have all the standards ISO or decrees from our own country, like labor security, environmental management, comprehensive management of planning and management. So our integrated management system, it has kind of harmonized both the national standard and the ISO standards to be able to see ourselves as a robust institution. This is one strength that we have nowadays as an institution. What do we have apart from this? When they ask me what are the exams that we will consider for accreditation, our first step in 2020 basically was to sit and think what from everything we have is what we really should accredit. As a lab, you say, well, maybe we should accredit those that have greater impact in the patient, or those that we have been conducting for many years and are very standardized in our routine, or maybe those that we conduct as a national reference lab, right? But where we meet the requirements of the standard, whatever the standard is, but maybe looking that this is not such a difficult transition, but to do this maybe easier. But however, it is at this point that we are doing this diagnosis of what would be the best thing to accredit, and I will show this in the weaknesses. What do we have as an entity? Well, now since 2014, we've been providing group accreditation, as you can see, and maybe the questions of 17 or 25, it's because we have 17 tests accredited under this standard, and we have also some accreditations under 17043. This is the general landscape of the organization. The benefits for the accreditation, in our opinion, undoubtedly, when we see ourselves at the National Reference Lab, we realize that our role with such a diverse and decentralized network becomes a role in which we should start thinking finally what is going to be that high level result or high level of quality result for people affected by TB, considering that nowadays are doing tests with a level of exclusivity. When we speak about the lamanine, betaquilin, all of that is very inclusive or very exclusive for TB. So it would be good to say, well, that BATEC is done under an accredited test. Improvement of the National Reference Lab processes, even though we have not been an accredited lab, many of the processes in the entity are cross-cutting. So we have authorities for authorization of personnel, the review of these results, review 1, review 2. The whole thing of procurement management is something strong, but it needs strengthening in the scenario of the standard. And as you have heard us, there are areas in which we know that we are critical, but finally, as a group, that will allow us to strengthen us from the point of view of the things that we still need to do to comply with this standard. No, the expansion of the scenario for institutional accreditation, as I said, in 1589, we will be the first one, and in TB, the other national reference labs, well, we have a great advantage because the whole network knows us and respects us, but maybe the respect with an accredited lab will be more, well, they are good because it's quality, and not they are good because they are regulatory. As for the difficulties, I believe that our main difficulty, and this is something we've been working even this week, is to change paradigm, because they always tell us we are 17 or 25 because we don't have nothing to do with the pre-analytical phase. And in this week, we have done this new knowledge, and we have realized that we have a lot to do with that. And I think that that's where we have our main gap. That's why I put it in the last item, to see how we are going to strengthen that as a national lab of reference that do not go directly to the place where the sample is taken, but we have this whole organization in the network where we need to start laying a line that it will integrate us more with those that see the patient and take care of the patient. It's a personal focus because it's 5 people here, and out of these 5 people, only 3 do the technical part. And if we will need to strengthen in us for this accreditation, we have a great advantage. It is that because the purchases in the entity are done with invitation to vendors, we do not need to do public bidding. But when you speak about accreditation, probably we'll see how many things do we need in other topics, like sufficient inputs, and maybe to see or acquire bedaquiline or the lamanine when what we have is a donation. So we are running this diagnostic process because, for example, with the metrological interventions, we have identified some failures in the thermocyclers. We do not know what are we going to do, if it's temperature, cycle, or time. And we also have a high incubator, even though these are closed pieces equipment and do not need anything. The part of the metrological intervention should guarantee the temperature and the revolutions that the testing method indicates, and that's not very clear, and the vendor of the equipment doesn't guarantee that. And for example, with the bacteriocin, talking with the a company that sells it, there is a specific issue with the temperature of the equipment and the qualification or the certification of the thermometers that the equipment has inside. So here, it is because the institution is very robust in all of these, and we demand much more from these vendors. And when we see this, we might have some weaknesses. And before we get into the accreditation process, we have to correct these weaknesses. So if we if we are a part of this project, and we all countries, if we want an accreditation, we should start doing this gap analysis. I don't know, that's all for me. And I don't know if there is any question for you, for me. Thank you. Any question? Should we leave questions for later?
Que le corresponde a Guatemala. Nancy, ¿vas a presentar?
Sí, yo mandé mi presentación, si no, me puedo compartir pantalla.
Sí, mejor comparte porque no la tenemos ahora abierta. Después
Okay, I will. Well, we're going to make the questions at the end of this second presentation. Okay, Guatemala, you have the floor. Ready? Nancy, your micro is off. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, good afternoon. I'm Nancy Ayala from the National Health Laboratory. We will very briefly present the situation of Guatemala. I was telling you that Guatemala is one of the smallest countries that have been making the presentations this week. It has a health system already established from where we belong. That's the general regulatory, which is health monitoring. Here we are in this place as the National Health Laboratory that includes not only the technological reference, but also includes food, drugs, and water. Here we are constituted by the head office, and then we have 4 main units in the central technological in the central epidemiological reference unit. We have these the personnel right now. It's 7 biological chemists, which is equal to a chemical biologist, and 2 technicians. We have implemented the culture technique with solid media, but starting from January next year, we're going to start with a liquid media. We have signed this the purchase order already. We have made identifications, both expert and genotype. And we have created also a network of laboratories that has around 320 services, depending on the level. And we do a lot of, we do the smear microscopy, cultures, and also sensitivity tests. Although it is important to say that with the pandemic, only the central laboratory has been carrying out sensitivity tests. One of the strengths that we have had, that we have refurbished the areas and we have also purchased more equipment. Everything we have rebuilt things. So therefore, the area now is properly fitted to work on this carrying out these cultures and tests. It's important that this national laboratory, not in the area of microbacteriology, but in general, it has an accreditation with that. They have been working for the accreditation process for many years. In 2008, the first accreditation was made to ISO 17025, and now we have working also with management of drugs and water. So therefore, in October, through OVAC, with this the accreditation office in Guatemala, we carried out a courtesy audit, because like 2 months we received invitation to different chemical laboratories and central laboratories to participate and to be able to be part of the accreditation process. We don't have the report yet, but as soon as we have this report, we will be using it to see what's the next step to be followed next year. No, as part of the examination that we did for the accreditation is the MTB detection through the molecular method and the quick testing. The auditor suggested that both the area where the equipment is processed, the processing area, I mean, in the processing area, the equipment meets everything, but you should not limit to that only. You should expand yourself to increase the number of tests that could be accredited. But as Claudia mentioned in her presentation, we need to analyze many other things. And so therefore, we need to if we need to accredit these two tests, that would be great. Among the benefits, we consider that everything that has been said before applies, because it's important considering the reliability and the competence of the service we provide now. It's important the opportunity and continuous improvement. And at the laboratory level, I have seen that in the accredited tests, the laboratory has kept its sustainability with preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, proper management of the reagent. So all this has been a great benefit of having the accreditation, because that's helped for the laboratory to have a much better level of sustainability. So we think that this is a great opportunity for us as a laboratory. Among the main difficulties, well, like 2 years ago, we had many difficulties that we had to face in terms of a lack of personnel, lack of planning, very old equipment. Some of the equipment had more than 25 years of life. So therefore, we had funding. We had funding from the World Fund that had helped us to the strengthening of the area. And from 2 years ago up to now, there is a lot of political interest, and this has helped us to improve the areas. 2 years ago, these two tests were proposed for accreditation. That's what we have achieved. So therefore, we believe that we have all the difficulties have been overcome in almost an 80%. We know that we still have some lacks, but that we are going but this will be helping us to improve, and that's the team. That's the team of the laboratory, which is still that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. It's quite satisfactory, all the progress that has been shown by the laboratory recently. And I do recommend that that you should start with the accreditation process with these two tests, as you propose, with the gene expert and with the immunochromatography. And once you have these two tests accredited, you will be able to incorporate the other tests. Janely Barbuena, she's asking whether within the framework of the indicators of the 12 famous indicators from the World Initiative of Laboratories for the strengthening for the strategy to end the TB, and that we are constantly monitoring. She says that is that one of the indicators proposed by the GLIE? If the reference laboratory is accredited according to the standard ISO 15189-2012, would that apply if we apply microbacterial techniques or other techniques, or does it only apply to the tuberculosis test? No, every year that the collection is done for the global report, for the world report of WHO for tuberculosis, that's one of the questions that is incorporated. I think, Janely, that we should give priority with everything that is related to the TB diagnosis, and especially the indicators that are included, both on the end of TB strategy or the GLI. These are the rapid molecular tests that can be used as an initial diagnosis. Also the sensitivity and drug resistance tests, whether the conventional or the ones or the molecular tests, as well as the culture methods and identification methods that are being proposed by the other countries. I don't think that this is a priority. I think that that GLI is making some difference on the application of other mycobacterial viruses, microbacterial. I think, if you have any further questions to Roberto, Maribel, to Nancy, to Claudia. Well, I have a question. First of all, I would like to congratulate. I think that as part of the context of the countries and of the efforts made by each country and of the achievements obtained by each country, I know that some countries has been more difficult because they didn't have the necessary resources, because it's not so easy to have access to all the information. But the progress made, I think it's of great importance. We were discussing about this precisely based on the surveys made. Claudia, I would like to congratulate. I really enjoy listening to your presentation. And also Guatemala. Guatemala has done it's good to recognize the work that has been conducted, and especially considering that you had so many difficulties and in such a short period of time, you have almost overcome like 80% of that. And this has allowed you as an institute to obtain great progress. We have a question now. Here's a question. Maybe Maribel, can you answer to this? Luis says that in order to accredit a test, which is the test of identification of the lateral monochromatography that I see that several laboratories have seen, is the lateral immunochromatography test for solid cultures or liquid cultures. And what this test does is to diagnose or detect whether we are in presence of the tuberculosis complex. Now, the question he makes is whether it will be required to accredit first the liquid or solid culture, because if we do not have an isolation, we cannot do the other identification. Now, taking into account that this is a prior process, that's a very good question. And I even have some doubts concerning the accreditation process in that regard. Sometimes the bodies, the national or international regulatory bodies, sometimes they do not understand. They do not understand that process it should be like separated as an independent technique. I mean that the identification should not be separated. If we have the culture, the sample, and based on that isolated strain, then we are going to make it a biochemical test according to a conventional bacteriology. Are we going to identify that antigen in that first culture in order to determine whether in the presence of mycobacteriosis, mycobacterial infection, or is it should this be credited, or the entire process? Well, that depends on what you have and what are you proposing. If you have a single test and you are offering this as one single test, it's a test. And that culture is only part of the process. But if in addition you have the culture and then you have the detection of the specific antigen, that's something different. You are the one that will define the scope of this. Well, that's really entering into much more fine details, no? But in tests like, well, sometimes I think that the greatest difficulty for laboratory are the sample verification protocols, but the test to carry, usually qualitative tests, no, or all the tests are qualitative, and some of them are quantitative tests associated. Sorry, we cannot listen. Sorry, there is a lot of interference. Sorry. So since they are qualitative tests, we see the complexity of the verification, but it's not that much as it may happen in the other case. I think that the most serious problem would be the reference material that is required or for doing the comparisons. My experience with laboratories of this kind is that sometimes it's much easier to carry out the complete verification of all the tests at the same time, because what is more complex are the strains, the tuberculosis strains or non-tuberculosis strains. So therefore, to answer your question, that depends on how you have managed the whole scope of the test, and that will what you are proposing, that's what the accreditor will be asking from you. Secondly, I will do the verification of the two methods. they can be verified whether together or separated. In this case, we have the two situations. When the physician makes an indication of a culture, the physician is not specifying the culture and specification or culture and the immunotographic test, because in the identification is included in this culture. The physician is not saying that you are not speaking about the specific so-and-so crosses or X mycobacterial, no? But it might happen that in the regional or provincial laboratories that reach up to the culture method, because they do not have biosafety conditions, or they don't have a safety cabinet that, so therefore they send this bioculture to the reference laboratory so that the reference laboratory can do the proper identification. That procedure exists and can be given in two ways: separately or as part of the culture, because the indication of a physician is that immunochromatography, lateral immunochromatography. No, they say a culture. So therefore we must be very careful, because when we prepare ourselves only by this antigen test, by the end, when the internal audit authorities here, it will tell that we also include the part of the culture. I would like to make a comment. Can you listen to me? I think that the key is, as Maribel has mentioned, the idea is how you will be selling or proposing the test. One, whether it is as a whole set or by stages, is to establish at what point the report will be issued. If there is a partial report, maybe the accreditation authority will consider that partial report. If there is a final test, then it would be taken to all together. There is a way how to interpret this based on what's the opinion of the accreditation authority. Yes, it might happen that the laboratory might send a partial report with the growth of this alcohol-resistant mycobacterial infection with so many crosses, and then it will have a further accreditation. No, I will propose the two of them. You need to take into account also, we need to check all that. That depends also on the financial side. For example, in the models that I know, accreditation is by disciplines. So if you accredit the discipline specifically mycobacteria, then to accredit one test or three, it would be most the same. I would, like in the case of chemistry, I can, for example, when I pay for the chemical test, the cost will be the same whether it's one or 10 tests as part of the chemical test. So therefore they have done verification and accreditation of all the tests, because they do their panel of tests and they accredit the culture, they do the verification of everything that is included in the product of the process in the same panel as one same batch of tests with the same panel of samples. And in addition to that, they even do the verification of all the tests, the catalans, cytokine, all the biochemical is biochemical tests or physiological tests. Yes, that's complementary. There is a name that is used in Mexico. So therefore, the idea is to do the verification of everything, because at the end, if you have a good panel of samples, of strains, and with the support that you have worldwide, you can have a good panel of reference isolates or strains, and I will include them all of them really. If there is no difference in terms of cost, is the idea is to document all of them, to separate, of course, to include the protocol, the separate protocols for each one. Edria Figueroa says that accreditation can be made by test, but if algorithms are managed where they are verifying each methodology, then this will be done according to each methodology. Well, really, Maribel, Roberto, all participants, those that have made a presentation of each country, we'd like to thank all of you. Now Lourdes will make the closing ceremony of the course. Thank you, Ernesto. Thanks all of you. I think that this has been a very important week. A lot has been said. So therefore we can say, I think that Roberto has another commitment right now. So therefore we can first give the floor to the speakers. I think that it's important because we still see that there is a very large number of participants. Roberto, can you say first closing doors? Well, I had to leave. Well, I would like first of all to apologize because I had to leave my house where I was giving the course. I would like to thank you, all of you. I would like for the attention given by all participants. I have never before worked with such a large group and so enthusiastic. I think that what we have been able to contribute will be very useful to you, despite the fact that we work sometimes in different disciplines. But I was very happy to be part of this effort.
Sí, sí.
Bueno, Maribel.
Sí, Maribel, ¿tú?
Bueno, mientras Roberto se vuelve a conectar para despedirse,
Well,
pues
while Roberto reconnects to say goodbye, I just have appreciation. Thank you very much to you on the live for allowing us to coincide, to meet in this space. It's been a reason for pride for me. I feel really, really happy. I feel that working in an organization with people of your level, it's a gift of God that I will always cherish and thank you for letting me learn things and to know how this context. Well, I just have no but thanks for you, and I trust that whatever we were supposed to do, we did it okay. I am certain that we did it with great love and dedication and with the conviction of giving what we could give from this dynamic and in this time. Thank you, Roberto, as well. We didn't know before each other, before this process, and it's been a pleasure working with you and sharing this space with you. I just can say thank you then, and that I trust that the space that we have generated has generated nice things in each lab. If not added knowledge or more knowledge, at least the desire to wanting to do things well, which I think it's more important even. Thank you very much, Maribel. Roberto, to finish your farewell words. Well, let's see if the connection doesn't fail. Thank you very much for the invitation. As I was saying, thank you, Maribel. Please, as she was saying, we hadn't met each other before, and we haven't met each other personally, really. We have met just for this event, and we've worked together in an excellent way, an excellent professional. And I hope that whatever we've been able to share with you, it's useful for you. That's what we really hope. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you, and bye-bye. Thank you, Roberto. Ernesto, please, do we have any final words? Yes, Lourdes, just to thank you, to really thank Maribel and Roberto, because it's been a record time, really, since we started with the planning. We contacted them from the beginning. There was a very good communication with them. They understood us perfectly what do we want to do, and to the participants to tell you, this is like the departing point. This is a little grain, you know, of sand that has contributed to the previous knowledge that you already had. But from now on, it is in yourself. It depends on you to study, to improve yourselves, and the progress you can make in the accreditation processes of each one of your countries and labs. Thank you to you all, but because it's been, as I said at the beginning, We never thought we were going to have these many participants, and I think that everything has been managed pretty well. And this is experience that we have gained for other activities that we have planned. Thank you, Lourdes, and thank you, Ernesto. Well, what I want is just to thank each one of you. Thank you really for your participation during this 5-day seminar. Thanks to the consultant, Maribel, Roberto, a great experience, top-level consultants from whom we have learned extensively during these days. Thank the interpreters, Vera and Rosario, that have supported us during these 5 days, and thanks to their work, the English-speaking labs have been able to participate in this event, and especially I would like to recommend the labs that will be accredited. Their process will start in January next year. And what I want to tell you is that, yes, this is a difficult task. It is. But what we want is that you let us help you, because from the project, take advantage that we have this project that is funding this possibility of accreditation. We have Ernesto that is pushing all this from the TV part. Tecomitska and ourselves that are behind as well with the organization part. So we would really like this to happen. We are really willing that this becomes a reality, that we have results. And it's not just about coming and learning and listening to us, but that you can also do this yourself. So we want that these labs, the 6 labs that will be applied, that will apply for the accreditation next year, please let us support you. And let's continue with this phase, because there are some that are lag a little behind, but we have to work. We should try to work at the same pace. And I know that it's not easy, but I think that we can do this. We have a long way to go to be able to have good results, but we can do it. And again, thank you. I want to thank you because it's been a great experience. And then we will have the next experience. Well, I will put the link this afternoon for English and Spanish. We will send you all the information this afternoon probably, and the post the assessment. You know that you will receive the link today, this afternoon, and you have to return that evaluation until Monday 5 p.m. Peruvian time. You will have the information, the videos, you will have that information so that you can check it to respond to this evaluation. And I think that with that, you will have complete information for these workshops. The certificates will be delivered to you next week. Paola has already sent you a link to please put your name and last name correctly, as we should put them in the certificates, because here in the team, it's just 5 of us, 5 people, the main recipients. So we do not want to have errors in your certificates. That's why first we want you to give us your exact names. Like, for example, in our country, Espinosa is a very common last name, but some write it with S, some others with Z. There are Janet, for example, Janet, some people write it, spells it with a J, some others with a Y here in Spanish. So please put your right name, your exact name, very well spelled in this link that Paola has sent you. So we want to give you your certificates with your right and perfectly correct name. What else? What else do we want to inform you? Then later on, we will go with the consultants, and Ernesto will discuss to see how we are going to do with the certificates, because we have to check the pre-test, which is, well, they have already told you how it is, the post-test and the attendance. The attendance, I want to congratulate you. And the heads of the lab, please tell us who have been with you. Just Paraguay have sent the list, and Dominican. Please complete all the names of the people that were in your teams in the labs listening to this conference. Thank you very much. I don't know if there is anything else, any question. No, well, someone asked when we will have the post-test. The post-test will be sent to you this afternoon, as I told you. And any additional thing, you have our emails. You have, many of you have my WhatsApp, Ernesto's WhatsApp, or the team's WhatsApp, and we are willing and ready to collaborate with anything that you might need. Anything else? Otherwise, we will say goodbye. Yes, Ernesto. Most of the countries are giving their thanks and the congratulations for the quality of the course. I think that we think that that should not be, this should not be the only opportunity to have Roberto and Maribel. And if we have more possibilities, because please remember, we're in a project with the World Fund with approved activities, and we cannot request something new unless well, there's a justification, but I think that you have their emails, and I think that they will have the availability. Something else very important that we should not forget, remember that this course we call the National Reference Laboratories, including some professionals from the quality management systems departments from the different institutions, as well as some labs or departments, but they are not all of them. You, as we did in the previous grant, remember, with the quality management courses, while having the materials, the presentations, and the PowerPoints, you can replicate these courses in your countries with your own national resources, okay? This will be your responsibility that you can replicate this. And if necessary, and if you want to contact Maribel and Roberto, you can contact them directly from your countries. We are not closing the possibilities that this can be replicated, and that's the objective, replicating cascades to the network, and they probably will be willing, but to replicate this course in your countries, but that should be done with your own resources in your countries or your grants in your countries.
Okay. Muchísimas gracias y nos estamos viendo.
Very well, thank you very much, and see you soon.
Chao, chao, chao.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. A nice weekend to everybody. Have a nice weekend. Thank you. Thank you.
Chao, gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias, gracias.
Así.